The sky so far, but I can't lose this. The sky so far away tonight, but I can't lose this one. Get a pride of a falling light. Thought that I was fit to find for us to be. You gave me life for loving me. Tell me where did we go so wrong? The sky so far, but I can't lose this. The sky so far, but I can't lose this.
good morning and a very warm welcome once again to the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship 2023. We're back once again, this time at the Changi International Circuit for some hot, thrilling action from the champions of Asia and riders from all over the world. We have some riders returning once again to the Asia Road Racing Championship. Many familiar names and the title defense from all the riders throughout all the categories. We have talking points as well, such as Zakwan Zaidi. Can he keep up the momentum against the likes of Marcus Reiterberger and Haruki Noguchi, as well as a charge from Kasma Daniel, the young blood in this championship? And if you look at the Super Sport 600 class, it's again another story of riders all closely timed together, and it's going to be truly, what was mentioned yesterday, a record-breaking weekend. Now, to start the morning off, we will have the Underbone 150s coming out soon. We can hear them in the background warming up, followed by the AP 250 class, Super Sport 600, ASV 1000, and the TVS One-Way Championship. So guys, this is going to be truly what we expect to be hot action, and just as hot as the weather is. We recorded 39 degrees Celsius over the test days, and definitely it's a tough challenge for all the riders out there. But one thing that's definitely not going to be tough to watch is the action. It's going to be amazing, and you guys will not want to miss out. If you guys are around Thailand, do come down. It's going to be absolutely amazing to watch firsthand. And don't forget, we also have the pit walk later on race day. So for now, without much further ado, the riders will be heading out for their first free practice sessions, and we're going to get a gauge on how the season will look out.
And a very warm welcome from the studio here at Changi International Circuit, and thank you for joining us for the opening moments of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship 2023. And as usual, as we start these free practice days on Friday, we've got the Underbones just coming to the track for their out lap. And we have no fewer than 13 free practice sessions for you today, covering all 5 classes. And there's a lot of talking points, as Daniel was just saying. Many changes across the teams in all classes, changes of rider, changes of teams. And we also have a few bones to pick out of the 2-day test that we had this week. The first guys out on circuit come to across the finish line at a reasonably leisurely pace this time around. This session is a 30-minute session. Most of them are, except for the Asia Superbike 1000 class, which is a 40-minute sessions, and the TVS Asia One-Make Championship, which is a 20-minute session. But as I said, plenty of track time for everyone today, with 13 sessions in total. Big talking point. This is such an exciting class. The big talking point is still the championship in 2022, which was won so narrowly by Wayuaji Triliksana from Izzat Zaidi. the difference after 10 races was 1 point. And both riders are out again. And in testing, not perhaps so conclusive, but Daniel's getting his steps in and has joined me back in the studio. What are you looking out for, Daniel, in this class?
I'd say the rider that really I would like to see more from is April King. I think he had quite a good campaign last year, but I think he still has a little bit more to show us.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, because he came good at the end of the season. So if he continues his momentum as if there had been no 3-month break or whatever it's been, then yeah, we'd be calling him a form rider. Same team, no disruption to his normal routine. And there's another one of the key riders out on track there who finished third in the championship last year, only 4 points behind the winner, and that's Nazrul Izzat, the number 87 machine there, you can see just in the middle.
Yeah, Nazrul Izzat's one of those riders who really has the stuff. We can see that he's got the potential to be a real championship contender. We saw him last season all throughout, really having some good performances, but it just hasn't been quite stitched up for him yet. But could be different this season.
Yeah, this category is so difficult to get consistency in. We saw Waiwaji achieve it better than anyone else did last year. And there's some new riders coming into the category we'll be having a look at as well. So right on your screen there we've got, I thought I saw a 57, but that must have been an 87 surely. Yeah, so number 17, Haziq Farouz, was for Uma Malaysia. He went well in the test this week. Normally expected to do well. April King just going into that turn on the outside. We're in the technical section of the track there, which goes from turn 5 through to the notorious turn 12, which is the final turn on the lap. And just tracking them, let's have a look at the blue bike. We haven't got quite used to the colours yet, because there have been a number of changes. That's one of the JRT Pitts bike machines that just ran wide there. They've got 2 rider changes to their lineup as well. Haziq Farouz and April King and Nazrul Izzat running closely together, and those 3 will surely be at the front when we get to business time tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I think they're just running together. I think it's a good tactic that we see from some teams when they just ride and feed off each other's slipstreams. And over there as well, we have, I believe, Amafaz Sham, who's come back into this after missing out a lot of last season due to injury. And I think he could really be quite the mix-up here as well with Amafaz Sham, some of the more experienced riders in this category.
Yeah, and he also went very well in the test, Fazrul Sham. As did his brother, who was, as usual, always close to the front. And yeah, that blue bike, you better get used to seeing that, because that's Izzat Zaidi, who won no fewer than 3 races last season on a completely different coloured bike. But that's a nice, easy one to pick out. Number 98 in the bright blue. The Malaysian rider, definitely one to watch, very experienced in this class, and will surely be shaping up for a serious tilt at the championship this year.
Yeah, I think Izzat is he's somewhat similar to Nazrul Izzat, I would say. They're always near the top, and they have a lot of times impressed us in their performances. But yeah, right now it's just a matter of getting a good start in the first round and really just holding off until the end, especially with Mandalika being in the calendar this time. It will be quite the challenge for the riders to get the consistency right.
Yeah, absolutely it will. But a nice gentle start here. 2:03s is a pretty decent time this early in the morning, this early in the championship. We did see a couple of riders dip into the 2 minutes during the test. Fazli Sham was one of them. Not Fazrul, but Fazli. And the other one, let me see.
Yeah, right, I just saw Fazli Sham there just sitting up and having a look of who's behind him. But yeah, not many of them really riding as a pack. Most of them just riding in groups of 3s or 4s. He's Zaidi still pushing on there. But yeah, the timing-wise, we have a 2:02 from Fazli Sham. I think the times are not near as fast as what we saw in the test yet, but it is just the first morning practice session. We expect the fastest pace to be within the lower 2 minutes and the lower 2:01s. Right now is at Zaidi and Hafiza Rofa completing the top 3. So we have, and in the top 5 actually, we have 5 Malaysians up there, including Izam Iqmal, who has gone up into 5th.
Yeah, good run from him. And talking about Hafiza Rofa, he's one of my personal tips for this season. I think he's going to go really well. We know his speed. We know he's a clever racer too. And chatting with him in the last couple of days, he really looks as though he's got his head straight. He really wants this.
Yeah, I think Hafiza is one of those riders who just has, it's a big word to use, but in the way he rides, I would say near perfection. And he just, when he has a good pace, when he has good timing, he can be consistent within that lower timing, and that's something that I feel separates him from other riders most of the times. He just has that level of consistency, patience, and he really is a smart rider.
Yeah, that could make him a contender, and it'll be good to watch to see whether what you just described happens in Superpole tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Speaking of Superpole, there's Charles Shazras, who was impressive in his wildcard last season, straight up onto pole. He's back now, what seems to be for a full season, with the Honda UZ team. It's going to be interesting to see how they fare against the champions of Asia. Ooh,
yeah,
a bit dicey there between Antoine and Shazras.
Yeah, maybe not so necessary 10 minutes into the 2023 season in free practice, but the literally perennial favourite, Fazli Sham, is currently at the top of the timing screens, and he's brought the time down under 2:02s into the 2:01s, 0.7, just ahead of Izzat and our friend Hafiza we were just talking about in P3.
Speaking of Fazli Sham at the top there, the one thing that always surprises me is how calm he was. I saw him last night right after dinner, and he just looked absolutely relaxed with how everything was going this weekend, and I feel like that brings a new confidence for him riding into this weekend, and that's just the great experience that he has, I guess.
Yeah, and he's so admired by the other riders. You talk to any of the others, and he's the one they look to. No championships, though.
Yeah, it's surprising. It's one of those Danny Pedrosa situations where you know that these guys are just really amazing to watch, but somehow it just slips away for them.
Yeah. Somebody just ran wide there. Just taking a look around. He might even be waiting for somebody else, who knows. Coming up through the order there into the top 10, we've got Wawan Wello, who we know is a very fast Indonesian rider. We've seen him, I think, only in wildcard appearances over the last few years, but he's rapid and he's in for the season. So that's another one in the mix, and this always happens when you get into a conversation about underbones. Suddenly you pick out 15 riders who are capable of winning the championship, or at least capable of winning races.
Speaking of Wawan Wello, he was as you said, rapid. A 2-minute .371 was his fastest time in the combined test times, and
Right.
yeah, that was the top time, the fastest timing that we had. And yeah, definitely we need to look up for Wawan Wello. I think he will really bring the fight on. But yeah, as you mentioned, once we start naming the potential the potential riders who can take the top, there's just so many in this class.
Yeah, and there's a down in 14th place there. There's a 2-time champion, Gupita Krishna, who the last couple of seasons he hasn't shown the consistency you'd expect from a champion. There is Fazli Sham, worth giving him a shout while he is being picked up by the cameras there. And you can see how tall he is as well in that shot. That was a really good shot. We've spoken about this before, but it's amazing how he folds his lanky, what in English, 6-foot frame onto these small bikes. It's really good view of it there.
It's just amazing. I remember I sat on one of these bikes and tried to do the way that he does, and it nearly broke my back.
Yeah, so he's pretty supple for an older guy.
Still a 2:01.7 for him so far in the morning, 0.4 seconds faster than Izzat Zaidi in second. Wayaji as well, he's pushed up into third.
Yeah, I just caught a glimpse of Wayuaji, but interesting situation from him because he was with Fazli's team last year, won XOX TKKR. Now he's moved, he's running what I gather is his own team, and with the help of his sponsor, taking it into the Asian Championship. I think they've been racing in those colours, or as that team at least, for some time. So that's really good to see. A nice kind of career move, quite a bold one for Wayuaji. Racetech 60 team. 60 is obviously his race number, and Racetech the sponsors that are helping to get him into this international championship.
Yeah, there we go, right on cue. Wayaji there in his new colours. But yeah, as you mentioned, it is a bold move. You wouldn't think it's typical for riders to race with their own team, as we say, but yeah, I think he's doing a decent job. He's 4th fastest in the test, and maybe it gives him that extra bit of control that he wants over the machine, the way it's set up and such.
I think so, and career move, I think it makes sense. He is an icon in Indonesia. There's a sports stadium named after him in his hometown, and he is very well known, very charismatic rider. He was just a little easier to pick out last season because he was on a green bike with a red helmet. And now all the colours are matching rather too well for a squinty-eyed commentator.
Just a few riders just trying to make it past the ones who are going a bit slower. But we do have a larger group now. I think we're going to see the times drop slightly as we reach the end of this pre-practice session. I'm getting dicey. I think that Samafazi Sham caught in the mix. But interestingly enough, Shafiq Rasul, his teammate, isn't doing too well so far in the session. He was 6th fastest in the test times. He's right now all the way down in, I believe, 20th.
Yeah, we haven't seen much from... Actually, we haven't seen too much from any of the 3 Filipino riders yet. We saw April King on screen earlier. He's currently down the order, 13th, but ahead of Giancarlo Maurizio and John Emerson Nguito. There's a good shot there of April King Moscado. See how well this team's working, can't you? You mentioned someone and up they come. There's Wayuaji, 2:02.6. Some okay time in the first free practice session. Fazli Sham still tops it. But that's a more familiar sight as a large number of bikes come over the small crest there. This is quite a flat circuit, but it does have its crests that pose challenges for the riders. None more so than turn 4, which comes at the end of the longest straight. And these bikes approach that at a pretty fair speed. The quickest are around 170 kilometers per hour.
And they're going nearly flat out all the way through that turn, and it's really quite the sight.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Yeah.
I was just looking for the riders now. Pacharagon. So he's just come across the first sector with the fastest sector time. So look out for the young Thai rider.
Yeah, he's 12 years old. And we have seen 12-year-olds do amazing things in this class. They come in with loads of speed, no fear, and lots of naivety because they don't worry about the big names. So yeah, he's the 32 bike. If you want to watch out for the late, can we see the number?
159.120 from Nazrul Izzat.
Well, there you are. That's the fastest time we've seen this week, Daniel. And I can't remember seeing anybody in the 159s ever.
Yeah, I think. Oh, there's Pacharagon. He's just gone. Yeah.
But yeah, that's a stunning lap from Izzat. Has he found a shortcut?
I'm just trying to figure out whether I really don't think we've seen a 159 before.
And there's a 59.1, right?
That's we're breaching 158 at this point. And it's not just him, it's Amafazi Shamaso, 159.6 from him. So the times really are dropping rapidly.
Well, we're in new territory here, I think I can safely say, without going in depth into the archives. Nice shot of the bikes. They're coming down the straight and peeling into turn 4. Few running wide there. The runoff area, because it's such a fast straight, the runoff area is like a massive supermarket car park. It's absolutely enormous. Gupta Krishna has jumped up into P3 in the timings. And he's just nudging the 159s. He's 33 hundredths of a second outside the 2-minute mark. Kusarofa 0.4 behind him, 2 minutes 0.4. So this is a really interesting start to the 2023 season in the underbone class. We've still got more than 8 minutes left on the clock in this session. It's one of the Vietnamese riders, number 178, Nguyen Antoine. I think he's the only Vietnamese rider in the class this season. Nguyen Duc Tan has moved up into 250, so we'll be seeing him shortly.
Nguyen Antoine from the Honda Racing Vietnam.
Yes, Honda doing all 4 riders in the championship. They had 2 riders in underbones last year. Now they've got 1 here and 3 in 250s. So progress there, and we'll have more to talk about in the 250s after this session. Zik Farouz still keeping himself among the leaders there, although 2 seconds off that that unbelievable, are you sure, time of Nazarul.
Just I think if we're looking at 159s now, I think there's a big potential that we will see 158 at some point of this weekend.
Yeah. Well, let's see how they've tuned up the engines for this. Sometimes they might just turn it down a little bit for reliability.
Could be, especially with the heat that we've had over the past week. I think that might be a big factor. How long will the engines last in the race?
Yes, I think the air temperature now is not quite 30 degrees, is it? So that's pretty cool by the standards we've seen this week. But Nazarul is in the pits currently, probably gone in to check whether that time is actually real.
think he himself will be in disbelief.
Absolutely. Does it come down in P4 there?
Yeah, but the gap is quite interesting between P5 all the way down to 20th. I think they're separated by about 2 to 3 seconds. But between 5th to 1st is a gap of 2.027 seconds currently. It's quite an advantage that Nazrul Izzat and Amafazi Sham have. Gupita Kresna as well. He really picked up the pace towards the end of the session. He shot up straight from, I think, somewhere down in 13th just earlier, and then now up into 3rd.
Yeah, 11 riders under the 202 mark, which is normally the benchmark we look at. Couldn't quite, because of the sun, I couldn't quite see the reflection on that first blue bike that went through, whether is that or not. I think that's the second blue bike we've just seen go through, but there's a nice big group. Too many bikes to count as they go through the shot. And that is down the long straight, turn 4 that we're looking at. Just caught a glimpse of the Team One for All bike. They've got just one in this first round. I spoke to the team owner yesterday, who said they'll be having 2 riders from the next round onwards. But they've just got the one who appeared as a wild card last time out, Pascal San Luang. Yeah, just one outing for him, 2 races, scored 14 points.
Currently, the mix of riders really is interesting. We have Wahi Aji, who is down in 7th, but he's not too far off. It's just that gap that Nazrul has pulled out. He has come up for another stint with 4 minutes left. I think should get about a lap or 2 in, but I think for now 159.1. That's going to really be the benchmark for this weekend. Oof, a bit of pushing and shoving right around the last turn. That's what we're going to expect to see all throughout the race on Saturday and Sunday. For now, Hafiza, he's gone up to second fastest at 159.661.
That's 3 of them in the 159s. Yeah, I was watching that pretty closely, because if anybody was going to do it, it wasn't looking likely to be Hafiza. So 3 bikes in the 159s, and not just in the 159s. The slowest of them, 159.686. Gupita Krishna, the best of the rest. Have to look all the way down to 16th place before you find somebody in the 202. So this is a really quick start.
Yeah, April King just running off the top 15 at 201.975, which again is not, if we compare to last season's timing, that's not at all slow. So it's just the pace in this category really has been increased. Now 159's looking like the benchmark. Gupita Kresna is still in the pit, so I think he will remain there till the end of the session, as well as Akid and April King.
Yeah, those are decent opening sessions if you're under 202. It's a decent start. Who else can we pick out here? 2 1XOX bikes. In fact, there are only 2 in this class this year, aren't there?
Yeah, there's this, the likes of Hafiza and Amafazi Sham.
I'd like to see the number 13 bike. Kid Aziz, no less. Former champion returning to this class. I think he was the 2018 champion. And ran in 250s, the AP 250 class last season. Coming back, and he's back with the Cardinals team, who've had a total rider change.
So minor correction, actually the 1XOX have 3 riders this time. We also have the likes of Shafiq Russell, who did quite well in the test, but currently running in 13th, 201.683. Again, not at all a slow time. He's just currently at the top there, including his teammates.
Yeah, and a good rider. I beg his pardon for overlooking him just now. And Charles Chizras, pretty decent as well. Got him in 8th on, he's 1.29 seconds back from the ridiculous time Nazrul is at.
Yeah, that was, as you said, ridiculous, because even the likes of Hafiz Aruf and Ahmad Fazil Sham, they're still about 0.5 seconds off him. So it really was a monster lap from Nazrul. I think this is him right here at the front. Sorry, that's his teammate, I believe. Yeah, it's Giancarlo making his way around. Couldn't really catch where Nazrul is on track, but he did do a 2:09 in his previous lap, so let's see if we can find him in this group. And at the front there's Wawan Wello.
Wawan Wello on one of the new riders in the Pittsbike team. In the test, he did a 2:03.
There we go, there's Nazrul Izzat there. The 1:59.1. It's coming around now. I don't think it's going to be a faster lap by any means, and yeah, it comes across as a slow lap from him. But yeah, or 1:59.1 from Nazrul Izzat. That is truly a fast time. And everyone will be looking at that as the benchmark for this weekend.
Yeah, perhaps the first shock of many for this weekend. But decent showings from most of the expected front runners, if we can even use that term in underbone 150s. But in view of the test, in view of last season, I think not too many surprises here. Perhaps we'll take a look at the official provisional results for this session. Completely clear day here in Buriram. We had some rain last night, quite heavy. I was sitting under a tin roof at the time.
Yeah, that came as a surprise that it rained a little bit, but looking at the weather for the weekend, I think it's going to be quite dry.
Right, so as we look at turn 3 there, the hairpin, see the results come up. I think we'll see the results come up. But Nazrul Izzat has given us something to talk about, something to think about, as well as his rivals. Because he was not only half a second clear at the top, but he's in a territory that we haven't seen before. Fastest in big capital letters there, number 87, 1:59.1. Second fastest, Hafiz Arofa for 1XOX TKKR, and his teammate Ahmad Fasli Sham, half a second behind, a few hundredths of a second behind him. P4, Gupita Krishna, 5th Haziq Farouz, 6th Wayuaji Trilaksana, 7th is Mal, 8th Charles Chazras. And we're still went on to the 202s, Haziq Hamdan for Estremo UZ Honda. Waman Wello, Akid Aziz, welcome back Akid Aziz, he P11 on a 201.4. John Emerson in Guito in 12th place, 201.4. Shafiq Rasol, 1XOX TKKR, 13th. Izzat Zaidi, 14th and 15th. I just missed it. Rinaldi Pradana, Dimas Juli Admoko in 17th, 18th Giancarlo Maurizio, 19th Ahmad Fazrul Sham, 20th Pacharagon, and I haven't practiced his second name, but he's the young rider in this class. 21 Pascon San Loang for Team One for All, and Nguyen Antoine in P22. P23 Murabul Vitoni, we know he's capable of much more than that, just a 2:04 for him. And Nguyen Hu Tri, second rider, another early error by me for these two Vietnamese riders on a 2:07. We're going to take the shortest of breaks, and when we come back, we'll be looking at the AP250s. And my goodness, there's a few talking points there as well. So stay with us, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We are here at Chang International Circuit in Buriram in the heart of northeastern Thailand for round one of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We've had three or so months away from the circuit. We did, of course, finish last season here. And now we're back. This is the second session of the day, the second of no fewer than 13 free practice sessions we'll be enjoying today. And these are the AP250 machines trundling out on track. You can see two of the Motor Sniper Kawasaki's coming out onto track there. And they're just trundling through their sighting lap, waiting for other riders to come, which of course is something they're not supposed to do. But there's a lot of there's a lot to talk about here. We've got a lot of new riders, a lot of changes, and it's good to see. You will recall, because I know most of the people that that tune in for free practice day are long-time followers and fans of the ARRC, the champion, Andy Mohammed Fadli, who won dramatically last year on a countback. He has moved up finally into Supersport 600, so we'll be seeing him in the session that follows this one. So the champion has moved up. So we have a whole new open field. Honda Thailand, we've got a new lineup led by Mukladar Sarapuch, who you can see there with the number 44 on the back of her helmet. Mukladar raced in the All Japan Championship last season in Supersport 600 and did mighty well. She was consistent top 5, top 6 finisher, but she's come back now to do ARRC in AP250. She's a multiple race winner here and definitely a championship contender, and probably the best known rider in this class. Charming off the bike, ruthless on the bike. She's a really class competitor and loves it, absolutely loves racing. And she's got two young teammates with her who will no doubt be seeing on screen shortly. She makes her way through turn 3 and down the long straight. She's being tracked there by by Warwick Tongnapakun. I almost said teammate, but a former Honda Thailand rider, Warwick. So very big welcome back from the cameras for Mukladar Sarapuch. She had an okay test. The speed seemed to be a little bit down on the Astra Hondas, who locked out both test days on combined times. If you just catch a glimpse of the bike behind, it's Warwick's machine. There seems to be a close relationship between that particular team, the EEST NJT, another Thai team, but they're also wearing Honda Thailand Racing strips on their uniforms and leathers. Mukladar goes across the line. Not really pushing it, but that's a 153 for her and her former stablemate. Warwick following her, and at the moment there are 3 Honda Thailand, Thai riders at the top. Third one being Jakrapat Pudisan, who's on the number 20 bike when you can get a sight of it. Now Here we go with the Astra Hondas, as mentioned. These three guys locked out both test days, which was on Tuesday and Wednesday this week. And now we get a chance to see them doing some formation flying as they go through there at the end of the technical section of the track. So they go through a right-hander after this one, and then head down to turn 12, where most of these races get sorted out. So at the front there, number 54, Vida Iga Pratama, a new face here in ARRC. He's followed by Herdenacher Firdaus, who performed extremely well last season, especially at the end. And following him is Reza Danica Arends, who was just pipped out of the title chase by Andy Fadley last season. He'll be looking to repair that. Reza Danica, very seasoned in this class, and for sure the senior rider, along with Mukladar. So Astra Honda bringing another talented rider, Vida Iga Pratama, through their particular talent development system. Those guys are into the 151s, at least Reza Danica, currently fastest, 151.045. Nurjan Atna, 151.773. He won I think it was the last race, but he won at Chang International last term out, Nurjan Atna. So very much a rider on form. They're happy to follow their new teammate, Vida Iga Pratama. Come race day, there'll be very much the attention will be on Reza Danica Arends. There's a very real possibility of these three riders locking out the grid. We'll see what happens in qualifying, but those Astra Hondas were notably quicker than the Thai Hondas. So we'll see how that shakes out today. That's definitely one thing to watch out for. So all these three riders currently in the 151s. 151 almost dead for Reza Danica. Vida Iga Pratama is the next best with a 151.3 and a 151.7 for Herjan Atna. Best of the rest is the Thai Jakripat. And then Warrit on the EST NJT machine. And there is a rider, another rider with seasoning in this class, let's say. That is Aiki Iyoshi. Had a disappointing 2022, had to say. A few disappointing performances and some rotten luck too, it has to be said, especially in the Japanese round last year. But he'll be looking for better times this time around. He's kept his ride, and deservedly so, because he is quick, he has got bags of potential. Thinking about the most seasoned, well, I'll stay with the cooking metaphor here, the most seasoned of the riders here. Yeah, it is Mukladar, it is Reza, and it is Aiki Iyoshi. And a lot of young pretenders around them. So not really up to speed yet. Aiki Iyoshi, not by his standards anyway. So Mukladar moves herself up the order into 4th position, behind the 3 Indonesian Astra Hondas. Puts herself ahead of the time teammate, Jakripat Pudisan. And Irfan Ardiancia is back. So we've seen him, of course. He's another rider that's come through the Astra Honda system, but riding this season for Motul Sniper Kawasaki. He was in 600s last year. Now coming back home to 250s. So let's see what he can do. So a really good mix of experience and young up-and-coming talent in this class. And Urgent Atner's put himself into 150.6, which brings us on to the next thing to say about the AP250s this season, which is that they are running slick tyres for the first time. Looking at the test times on Tuesday and Wednesday this week, it looks potentially as though those tyres, those slick tyres, will outperform the previous kind of hybrid road race tyres by about a second a lap here at Chang International Circuit. I spoke with the Dunlop technicians yesterday, and they think they will go somewhat better than 1 second a lap quicker, but let's see. On the screen there we've got two EST NJT machines, Watcherit Tuktimon and Warit, both riders that have come through the Thai Honda system, and really nice looking well-prepared machines. That they've got 4 bikes all together in this championship this year, and a very busy pit. I noticed yesterday, on Wednesday, as I walked past. So it's number 94 is Warit, number 25 Watcherin. There, right on your screen now. In the 152s. The fastest 5, 6 currently in the pits. Okay, on the screen there, number 89, Wayu Groho, who we've seen previously, a few years ago perhaps, because there has been, of course, a hiatus for COVID-19. So yeah, perhaps a few years ago, Wayu Nugroho going very quickly on in the underbone class, the Indonesian rider. So it's good to have him in this championship. He's finding his way around with a 155, but a very rapid rider, and now with the support of Yamaha Indonesia, no less. Not so many Yamahas in this class. Honda does seem to be the bike of choice, so let's see what they can do. So it seems to be break time, so let's just stay with Wayu Nugroho, who's having a little bit of a cruise there. He's got the track to himself, and he needs to reacclimatise himself to it. So he'd do well to push it. He's got a quick bike coming up there behind him, which I think is one of the Indian bikes. I think that's Mohsin Pramban. He's pulled off and right out of the way. Just let the 55, which is the third of the EST NJT bikes of Lee Ruin Yun, one of 4 female riders in the class, so that's really good to see as well. So lots of new riders, big influx of female riders, and new slick tyres. So coming in there with Ferozi Torikatula, who we're used to seeing on Yamaha Indonesia machines. They do look very well turned out. Got the shiny leathers. I mean, the bike's look in really good condition. So the Yamaha Indonesia pairing coming in too. So out on track is almost nobody at the moment. We haven't seen him yet, but the number 193 bike, Nguyen Tan, who we got to know in the last couple of seasons in Underbones. So all the bikes lined up there. Okay, so here we've got some more back on track now. That's Irfan out on track there. We've got getting used to the new people and numbers, but number 27 machine there. You can see a white bike is teammate of Haruki Noguchi. Now that's number 27 for SDG MS Hark Pro. That's Chihiro Ishii, who is another one of the female riders that we're welcoming to AP250 this year. There she is on the number 27 machine in a pink helmet. And just behind her, one of the new Indian riders in the class, Kavin Samar Quintal. So rider change as well. Both riders have changed in the Honda India team. And that is Kavin Samar Quintal just behind, excuse me, just behind, Chihiro Ishii. So these three new to the track, so making the best of the time to find their way around. Chihiro Ishii, 1:56, best time so far, so that gives her a 6-second gap. Irfan Heiko on the Idemitsu Bunsu Honda, just behind there. There goes Chihiro Ishii. Irfan Heiko, a good rider to follow around at this level. His best time, let's see, is 3.5 seconds down. Timing screen jumping around a little bit here. Well, there's 11 minutes left on the clock, and most of the riders are in the pits. It's just 3 or 4 riders out on track currently. 2 more bikes make a stop. As you can see from the sunlight glinting off there, we've had virtually perfect weather this week. Rather hot. With temperatures hitting 38 degrees, air temperatures hitting 38 degrees, and the track temperatures being a lot hotter. I walked out on track yesterday afternoon at about 2 p.m. with a pair of Alpine Stars, wearing a pair of Alpine Stars sneakers, and I could immediately feel the heat coming up through the soles of my shoes. There we go, these 3 out on track. And here come the Indonesian Yamahas. See, they've got some time to make up. Frozy Torikatula usually finds himself in and among the leading group. That hasn't converted that into too many good results. There is, as the camera focuses, that's Yu Chun-mei on the Moto Sniper Take Kawasaki. Another new rider. Just trundling into pit lane. And we've got the Thai Hondas out on track now. Just Mohsin Pramban, one of the new Indian riders, just going through your screen there, number 17, there he goes. It's a hugely popular sport in India. Mostly racing smaller bikes. There's a very good 160 or 165 championship there, and also TVS that we'll be seeing a little later. TVS are huge supporters of the sport in India, so we're waiting for some Indian riders to make their way to the front of this AP 250 field. Will it be Mohsin? Mohsin. Two Thai Hondas there, heat haze already at 9 o'clock in the morning, making things difficult for the cameras. But that's Ferozi on the number 36 bike there. And Wayu Nugroho on the number 89, just following him. Ferozi's best lap so far, 1:55. Two Indonesians get alongside each other as they shape up for turn 4. Very rapid turn, as we've been saying, that these bikes take virtually flat out. They're going to the back of the track through the technical section. Those two Indonesian Yamahas have got some Thai Hondas just behind them. Wayu's got in front of Ferozi in that little local battle. They've got Mukhladar Sariputch just behind them. Shakes her leg to the right as she brakes for turn 12, comes through there. Mukhladar currently 4th. That lap was not her best lap so far. I think it was the first flying lap of this session. 6 minutes remaining on the clock now, and it's still an Astra Honda lockout at the front, as we saw during the test this week. Mukhladar coming up to challenge those two Indonesians and take them both in one corner. Just giving them a little bit of notice of what she's capable of. And they're going to stick close behind her as they go down the long straight. These bikes hit 195 to almost 200 kilometers an hour on that stretch there, which is pretty quick for 250s. Let's pick out which of the Moto Sniper riders is behind these three. Okay, that is Yu Chun-mei. Of course it is, that's the pink helmet. Okay, green bike, pink helmet. That is Yu Chun-mei. And behind her she's got Warrit, former official Honda Thailand rider, now with the what looks like the semi-official EST and JT team. Performed well in the test, and now we're seeing with just 4 minutes remaining, So a maximum of three fast laps remaining for these riders currently on track. Trying to pushing himself inside the two Indonesian Yamahas. Look at her having a look around, perhaps looking for her teammates. A little bit of coaching coming up for them, perhaps. There goes Li Ruyun, number 55. To be politically correct, she's from Chinese Taipei. Currently down in 21st on times here. This is her first lap here. Warwick doing a decent job in 7th. Her teammate. Wahyu Groho on the Yamaha Indonesia machine. Currently 11th. I think we'll see him get faster and faster. There goes Yun into the pits. How would you describe that colour? Possibly purple, fuchsia pink, something like that. Still nobody challenging the Astra Honda, so we've got Herjan Atnafardos, number 1 on a 150.6, 10th behind him, Reza Danica RNs, and 3rd the new rider for Astra Honda this season, Veda Ega Pratama, who did top the first day of test in this class. There goes Herjan, number 46. On track, we've still got Warwick out on track, 152.7. Ferozi still out on track. We haven't seen Aiki Yoshi for a while, but it's quite a session for him, 153.1. There goes Herjan, and he 151.5, so he's still almost a second off his best time. He'll get one more lap on the timing screens, but it won't be a quick one because he's already looking behind him. Also, one rider we haven't seen yet is the Victor Racing Machine of Setu Rajiv. Of course, rode for Honda India for last season and one or two the season before that as well. But racing this time, switch of brand, switch of team to Victor Racing Yamaha. But he hasn't shown much in this session. Currently sitting, looks like he just did one out lap. Anyway, there goes Muqtada challenging Herjan. She'll be wanting to have a look at that, see where the speed's coming from those Indonesian Astra Hondas. Just in front of them, they've got Mohsin Pramban. So look at Mohsin, what's he doing? We've seen a lot of him on screen. He's currently down in 20th. He's 5.7 seconds off the top, so he'll be looking for improvements as we get into the next sessions. The checkered flag's out for this one. So it does look as though it's going to be topped by Astra Honda's Herjan, Astra Honda's Reza Danica, and Astra Honda's Vega Eda Pratama. As we look there at Chihiro Ishii. Good to see a Japanese female rider back in this class. We have seen one or two before. Yu Nakahara was the last one, I do believe. And Irfan Ardiansio, decent return to the 250 class from him, finishing in fourth with a 151.7. And Cao Vietnam, didn't see him on screen, number 65, but that's been one of his best free practice sessions that I can recall. He finished 8th on a 152.8. New bike for him and his teammate. So Honda Vietnam stepping up their effort, which is great to see. Nice shot there of the main grandstand from turn 4. Start line there, the start line graphic lit up as we saw for the last round of 2022. Really does look impressive. So that's the second session, that's the AP 250s. Let's look at the results. And as you can see, Herjanatna Firdaus fastest on a 150.661. His teammate behind him, Reza Danica Arends, third, Veda Ega Pratama, fourth, Muqtadar Sarapuch, fifth, Irfan Ardiansio, sixth, Jakripat Putisan, seventh, Warwick Tongna Pakun, eighth, Cao Vietnam. And in ninth, Tanat Leong Pliao, one of the new Thai Honda riders, 10th, Ferozi Torakatula for Yamaha Indonesia, 11th, Aiki Iyoshi, 12th, Wayu Nugroho, 13th, Wacharin Tubtimon, 14th, Idlan Hakimi, 15th, Irfan Haikal, his teammate for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda Racing Team, 16th, Nguyen Duc Tan for Honda Racing Vietnam, 17th, Indian debutant Kevin Samar Quintal, 18th, Chihiro Ishii, Japanese debutant, 19th, Liu Chun Mei, Chinese debutant for Motul Sniper, and 20th, Mohsin Paramban, Indian debutant, 21st, Li Ruiyun from Taipei, and 22, Setu Rajiv, who I don't think had anything of a session at all. So that's it for the AP 250s. Next on track will be the Supersport 600s. A lot more changes there, and a face familiar to AP 250 fans will be among them, the reigning champion, Andy Mohammed Fadley. So we're going to take the short break of about 6 minutes, and we'll be right back with you, so please stay with us. Welcome back to Chang International Circuit in the heart of Thailand, and to the first day, free practice day of round one of the 2023 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And this is the third session of the day, and we have the Supersport 600s out on track for their first look around. On what you can see there is a beautiful day. The temperature's probably around 30 degrees now. Lots of changes here. One thing that hasn't changed was the first bike to go through your screen there, the red bike, the number 41, was of Nakarina Tirapuvapat. He's one rider that's on the same bike, same team as last year, leading these three into turn one. And following him, one of the Idemitsu Bunshu Honda machines has been performing particularly impressively, and that is the machine of Kyril Idampawi, the number 89 machine. Kyril was coming back from injury last year. We saw a few flashes of what he's capable of, but this week in the test he topped both days on combined times, and there he is, Kyril Idampawi, Kip for short, or Super Kip, as he's coming back to this kind of form now. I think just ahead of him that was his teammate Helmi Asman. So Bunshu Honda have got the same rider lineup as last year, which bodes well for them. Always good to see some consistency as we look here at Kip, number 89. So in practice, I think his best time was 1:38.5 on Wednesday during the official test. And he topped the timesheets by a considerable margin, more than half a second from the rest. And there's one of the best of the rest, which is Azroy Hakim Anwar, number 20. Watch out for him too. Brilliant rider, always fast, always determined. And the Bunshu Honda we haven't seen yet is the number 32 of Helmi Asman, who came unbearably close to the championship last year. He actually lost it on a countback to Andy Farid Izdihar, who had more wins than he did, but they were level on points at the end of last season. So there he is, Kip officially on the at the top of the timesheets. That is Azroy Hakim, number 20, going through turn 3, the 180-degree hairpin between the two quick straights, as he launches himself down towards turn 4, which is the scariest part of the circuit, in my opinion anyway. You just go over the brow of a hill till you go blind, and then you've got this very, very fast left-hander, and then you go to turn 5, which takes you to the beginning of the more technical section of this circuit. There is Azroy, but I think these three riders staying with the same team for this season should bode well for their championship chances. There is Azroy. Azroy missed the first round last year. It seems like an age ago now, but several riders missed last season because they tested positive after getting to Thailand and had to sit the whole thing out in quarantine, unfortunately. So that really did for his championship chances last year. There we have, number 31, and that is Gary Salim. So a new rider to this class, not to this championship. We saw Gary in Superbikes last year, We've seen him in 600s before, back in 2018 or 2017, I do believe it was, before he went to race in Europe. Then returned to 600s. Had a good look at ASB 1000 last year, but has come back to the 600 class. But an easy rider to spot out. Number 31 with the green KYT helmet on that very distinctive Astra Honda red and white machine. Now just look there at the number 222 bike. That is Sha Jun Tong for Victor Racing. Victor Racing Yamaha, new rider to this class, Chinese rider. I met some of his teammates in a hotel on the circuit here on Tuesday night when I checked in and tried to have a conversation with them. They were clearly his supporters, but we had to speak through smartphones to make each other understood. But there he is, he's got some support with him, and it's great to see a Chinese rider in this class. So we're wishing good things indeed for him. He has a lot of ground to make up on the others who know this circuit, who know this class so well. And there is 2018 Supersport 600 champion Ratapong Wilrup for Yamaha Thailand. Sole Yamaha Thailand representative in ARRC this year. He had a bit of a frustrating season in 2022. He got better at the towards the end of the season, and he'll be hoping for more this time. In 2018, when he won the title, Supersport 600 was the blue ribbon class in ARRC. So that was an emotional moment for him and the Thai fans. And here he is flying the flag for Thailand, together with Nakarin Atirapuvapat, Chip Nakarin, who is with, of course, Honda Racing Thailand. So Ratapong in the standings last year was sixth. Sorry. And at the top, Khairul Idampawi, Kip, continues to lead the way as he did during the test on 139.2. He's got Nakarin behind him on 139 and Ratapong behind him also on a 139. Ratapong on 139.465, and behind them the Japanese rider Keito Abe, who joined the series at the Japanese round at Sugo last season as a permanent rider, and he's rejoined this season, which is great to see. Started well with the podium at his home race at Sugo. And they're pushing on there is Galan Hendra Pratama. Galang hasn't put in a good time yet, but he's clearly pushing now, looking at the body language. Top five all within half a second of each other. That's Kip, Nakarin, so let's call him Chip, that's his nickname. Kip, Chip, and then Ratapong, and Keito Abe, and Azroy, and then Helmi Asman. All within half a second of each other, and that is what you need to get used to. There is the number 99, Galahendra Pratama for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Another rider with international experience, as so many of these, outside of Asia, international experience. Let's say European experience, Galahendra Pratama. Didn't quite sure what he was capable of in 2022. And now here's a nice group of riders. There's Chip Maccarin just letting them go in front of him. But leading them was, I think I just missed that number, but I think it was Soichiro Minamimoto. Yeah, that's Soichiro Minamimoto. We have seen him in ARRC Supersport 600s before, most memorably perhaps in at Suzuka in 2019. When I'll need to check, but he won a race there. We had incredible conditions. Yeah, he had a win and a third place at Suzuka in 2019. Soichiro Minamimoto. Now riding for Yamaha Gen Blue. Yamaha Gen Blue new to the Supersport 600 class and running 2 riders. And so Soichiro is one of them, and the other one is Afif Amran, who's leapfrogged up to the 600 class from Underbones. So Kip and Chip still at the top in P1 and P2, Azroy P3, Ratapong is 4th quickest, Keita Abe now 5th quickest, Helmi Asman 6th, and all of those riders within half a second of each other. So that's the first 6 covered by less than half a second. That was Keita Abe on the 1XOX TKKR machine, number 51, going through there just behind Soichiro. So these 2 riders will know each other well from the All Japan Championship, of course. Front runners there, and Keita having a look up the inside, legs flapping around a bit from Soichiro. He wants him to go past, but let's see. As they go through the technical section there. Soichiro leading those 2. But Abe taking a look up the inside as they break for turn 12. Good shot of turn 12 and the kind of shenanigans that go on between riders as they get there. Except on race day, you'll probably see 4 riders abreast coming into that in this class. So Kip and Chip at the top, and both in the pits. And coming in there, Xia Juntong for Victor Racing Yamaha. That's a nice shot of him coming in. Nice easy bike to spot too, with the Yamaha blue and the yellow wheel rims and the very distinctive number 222. And there's another distinctive rider going through there. Yamaha blue, pinky red helmet, the kind of, looks like the Ineos Oil Company pink on his helmet. His best lap 139.465, which is 4th best. Now he's run off, so if this was important, that lap would have been disqualified. And here comes Gary Salem back out, another distinctive rider, the only Astra Honda 600 in the class. So the very familiar Astra Honda colours and the familiar green helmet of Gary Salem. So we stay here with Ratapong, who takes his R6 through turn 4 and then turn 5. Left-hander, that goes straight into another left-hander, so a long time on the left side of the tyres, and then flick to the right for turn 7. It's quite a difficult switch to make. And over onto the right side of the tyre for 3 corners. Nice shot there of Ratapong, who does know this circuit rather well. So he comes up to turn 11 now, left-hander, and then hammers down towards turn 12. Anchors on, leg out, and accelerates out. That was a pretty decent lap. That was a 1:39.7. Just 0.3 of a second off his best, but it looks like good pace for Ratapong. Olmi Asman, let's take a look at him. He's in the pit. We haven't seen Khao Son-ti yet, but let's just stay with Ratapong. Superbly quick, accomplished rider who knows his way around, but off the gas now. Only Ratapong and FIM Ram are currently out on track at the moment. So this is his place, and he's got it to himself now, Ratapong. His crew chief this year, and it was good to see him back in that role, is Uchi Wee, the Japanese legend from 125 GP days, one of the quickest riders ever to jump on a 125 two-stroke. And he's here as rider coach for Ratapong, who was clearly feeling lonely and has come into the pits for some company. Uchi Wee also running his own team, One for All team, in the Underbone 150 class, which we mentioned briefly at the start of the day. So there you have it, an empty track. Almost 11 minutes left, so there will be some more action. Track temperatures yesterday must have exceeded 60 degrees. So Kairoledon Paui sits at the top ahead of Nakarina Tirapuvapat. 139.2, 139.23 respectively for those two. Looking at the times during the test, 139.8. 39.5, so actually those times by the first six were really quick compared to what we saw on the two test days. That's a FIM Ram coming out there on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia R6, teammate of Soichiro Minamimoto. So now he's got the place to himself. Kito Abe also on an out lap, Xiaojun Tong also on an out lap. 9 minutes left on the clock. The track will shortly become a good deal more crowded. On the tyre front, new front tyres for the Supersport 600s this year. They'll be running the same strengthened front tyres that were used last season by ASB 1000. So they're more stable under braking and wear a little better than the previous ones. So we'll see what difference that makes as things shake out here. There is a FIM Ram. Very well known to Malaysian fans as one of the really the best underbone riders out there. Daniel was here, I would check with him whether he's still planning to run in underbones in the Malaysian series this year, the Malaysian Cup Pre-Series. Corinne is coming out. There is Shajun Tong, Victor Racing Yamaha. Haven't seen him in real life yet, but he does look quite tall. And there is Avananta Putra, number 21, Andy Fadley. Number 108, the AP 250 champion for 2022, made the step up. At last, some of us would say, because he had a lot of people willing him into 600s, but he's got the backing. And here he is with the official Yamaha team, Yamaha Racing Indonesia. So Andy currently on a best time of 140. 140 dead, so reasonably respectable time. Of course he knows this circuit, but doing it on a 600 requires a totally different approach, different lines to riding a 250, where it's all about momentum and corner speed. With a lot more power to play with here. I've got absolutely no doubt that Andy will be equal to the challenge, and looking forward to seeing how he progresses over this weekend. There he goes. Doesn't look uncomfortable in any way on that bike, does he? And yeah, two 250 titles, no less, to Andy Fadley. While we're taking a look at him here, raced in 250s for several seasons, always looked fast, made a breakthrough in terms of turning his speed into results. I remember very well, it just somehow stuck in my memory, as some things do. Made a breakthrough in Australia in 2018 by putting some really good results together. And he hasn't looked back since then. Titles in 2019, and then the next season that we had, of course, 2022. So good. Anyway, so totally new colours for Andy Fadley. Through the supermarket car park that is the runoff area for turn 4. Takes a good look around and then returns to the track, and there is one of the fastest riders of this session, Azroy Hakim Anwar, back on track. Best time so far, 1:39.455 for Azroy. Now looking like he means it as he brakes for turn 3. And he's got behind him, I think that's Kita Abe just behind him. And let's watch Azroy through that tricky turn 4. Perfect, just onto the rumble strip and into turn 5. Him clearly enjoying the toe and trying to get a bit closer. I think that's Kito Abe, but let's find out. He performed very well at his debut in Sugo, as I mentioned earlier, but didn't really impress so much after that, so he'll be looking to do something on the other Asian circuits. See, this is first flying lap of this short session. That's 1:40.4, so he'll be looking for a quick one this time. Sophie van Rand for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team, running together with Soichiro Minamimoto. We're used to seeing Gen Blue, of course, in superbikes, but also in 600 this year. So that's a really good thing to see in this paddock. Number 32 there, the big yellow 32. That is Helmi Asman, who narrowly lost the championship last year, as we were saying. He's currently 7th, just 0.4 of a second slower than his teammate Kip. Khalid Pawi, the number 89 bike. So Helmi just there in front of I think that was Azroy. There he goes. Let's stay with the almost champion, Helmi Asman. He'll be looking to make amends this year, but he's got some really strong competition. One rider we haven't mentioned because we haven't seen him on screen, but you'll see from the timing sheets there is Panasson Kausanti. If, like me, you thought he might have been a brother of Krichapon Kausanti, you'd be wrong, because Krichapon changed his name. So there goes Kito Abe, getting a bit closer to Azroy Hakim Anouar, 139.5. So decent time for him, within half a second of the leaders. Doing a good job of tracking Azroy. The rider behind just ran wide there. Quite catch who it was. Oh, that was number 22. Soichiro Minamimoto. Tuabe looking a lot more comfortable and a lot faster than he did last time out here at Chang International Circuit. Obviously spent the winter productively. Try and catch up with him later as Minamimoto ran wide again. So that's his first free practice session done. But these two looking for a quick last time around. So they come through turn 11. Kito Abe getting very close to Azroy. That's a really good sign for him. A little rehearsal here, last corner. And yeah, he makes Azroy sit up. Good work. That won't be the fastest lap, but yeah, good rehearsal. So the checkered flag's out, so it looks as though Kip's early time, that 139.2, was unassailable, as indeed was Chip Nakarin's 139.2, set very early in the session. But good work put in by all of them. Kito Abe, the hardest working rider there, completed 15 laps. Adinata Putra completed 14. Hats off to them for putting the work in. And there is Andy Fadley. He's put in 11 laps and is looking increasingly comfortable on that Indonesian Yamaha. Hello, looks like oh, that's Chip Nakarin taking a walk. And there's his bike. So a late slip off there for Nakarin, Tirapuva Pat. I think that's close to turn 5. He's having a little jog, so no aches and pains from that spill. But a bit disappointing at the end of the session. Any damage? Nothing serious. Knocks the handle, the clip-on back into shape. Can you get it going? Anyway, if you're going to fall off, then fall off in free practice. Oh, here we go. That's yeah, low side at turn 4. So plenty of runoff there. He will have felt the heat through the leathers, but no injury. Chip's fine. So that's the first session done for the Supersport 600s, and here's the results. Fastest, Khairul Idunpawi, 1:39.204. Second, Nakarena Tirapuvapat for Honda Racing Thailand. Third, Ratapong Willarot, compatriot on the Yamaha. Fourth, Helmi Asman, 1:39.444. Fifth, Hazroy Akim Anua for Bunsiu Honda. Fifth, Panasung Kaoson T, renamed Panasung from Krichaporn. Seventh, Kito Abe. Eighth, Andy Mohammed Fadli, the reigning 250 champion. And ninth, Adananta Putra, returning to 600s, Galahendra Pratama, Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Soichiro Minamimoto for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team ASEAN. 12th, Gary Salim, back in 600s on Astra Honda. Afifan Ran for Yamaha Gen Blue in 13th. And 14th, Shajun Tong. His best time, 1:42.334. And that is 3 sessions complete here. The 4th session this morning will be for ASB 1000. We'll be back for that with Daniel. He's going to return to the studio. We're going to have a look at the spill by Nakarin. There he goes, just tucks the front towards the exit of turn 4. But slides totally under control. He's still sliding and raising his visor as he did so. So no drama there. The bike will need a check over, but that should polish out quite easily, I would have thought. And there is the guy who topped the timesheets once again for the 3rd time this week. Khairul Idunpawi definitely looks back on form. So stay with us. We're going to take a quick break, and Daniel Bogas will be back with the first free practice session for the ASB 1000s.
Welcome back once again to the action at the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Join us with the ASB 1000 free practice 1. There on screen was the fastest rider over practice over the test timings, Marcus Reiterberger, setting a lap time of 1:34.956. And Marcus Reiterberger is coming back after a shortened season in 2020. Whereby he won the opening round of the Asia Road Racing Championship. There's that season as well where we saw Reiterberger really gap himself between the rest of the competitors. But this time round, the field looks much more closely timed. In the day 2 combined results, we had Zakon Zaidi, who was just 0.088 seconds away, and his teammate Azlan Shekam Rizaman down in 5th wasn't too far either, 0.790. Honda's doing a really good job. Andy Farid as well, completing the second day with the 3rd fastest timing of 1:35.2. For now, we follow Marcus Reiterberger on the BMW of the 1XOX BMW TKKR team. As you know, Marcus is very familiar with the BMW M1000 machinery. He, of course, has had his hand in developing the bike back in Germany, and with all the experience he brings, it definitely brings flavor into the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Of course, coming back into the list, we have the likes of Haruki Noguchi, who, unfortunately, due to an accident in the Japanese Superbike Championship, he missed out on a couple of the last rounds and could not continue his championship charge. But nevertheless, Noguchi is back. He did come with good spirit. We did overhear with the chat with Barry that he is still not fully recovered from the injury that he had. It was quite a horrific crash from what we hear. But he looks in good spirits, and even in the test times, he was 4th fastest, only 0.5 seconds under Marcus's timing. So I think definitely, from what we've seen last season, Haruki is the name to look out for, and we know he will definitely bring it on. Another name that has impressed us is the likes of Lachlan Epis, the Australian rider coming from the Australian Superbike Championship into the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And he has impressed over the testing. He was 8th fastest, just 1.5 seconds off the timing of Marcus Reiterberger. He is, of course, also riding the BMW M1000 RR. A moment there for Haruki on the to turn 4 there. Follow the rider for the SDG MS Hart Pro Honda Racing Team. In front of him there is the Australian rider, Lachlan Epis. rider that's also been equally as impressive as the rest is Pasawit. Pasawit Titivarak, 6 fastest on day 2, combined results 0.8 seconds behind Marcus. So this category really has been exciting over the test times. And if you look at the top 8 were gapped by 1.5 seconds, the top 6 gapped by 0.8 seconds. So now there's Haruki, he's made the pass across Lachlan Epis, number 83. And I must say, that is a beautiful livery. The black and mint green, turquoise. Hard to tell with the cameras, but yeah, and for now, Zakwan, he goes fastest, a 136.4. It's still a little bit off what we expect from the fastest of the times. It's not too far off either, but Zakwan and Andy doing a good job. The pair of Honda riders first and second. For now, we follow on with the Australian rider, Lachlan. Now, he is a rider who has experience across his racing career. He's raced in the New Zealand Superbike Championship as well as the Australian Superbike Championship. It is great to see how all these riders from all parts of the world are coming in together to really just tussle about in the Asian Championship and bring more color into this. Now Marcus, he goes back up to the top fastest, a 135.901. So that's more close to what we expect it to be in regards to fastest timings. Hasn't shot as well, he goes up to 136.045. So the 1X2X TKKR BMW racing team, they really are looking on it this weekend. Last year we saw a bit of struggles for them in the likes of Aslan and Adam Nordin. Of course, a memorable moment was in Sepang where the track conditions were very tricky and they made that last-minute decision to go on the slicks and really brought home a good result. But they are looking strong this time round. Now here we follow Aslan Shah Honda M1000 double R machinery. That looks with the soft tires on the rear, mediums on the front. That seems to be the favorite tire compound in this track. Of course, at this moment of time, the heat hasn't reached at its peak. It is 8 past 10 locally. If you look across the test days, we've had temperatures soar up to 39 degrees Celsius. And I'll tell you, walking around the track itself, the wind just felt like you had a hairdryer pushed right up to your face, and it's really quite intense. Now there, Azan backs off this lap. But now Andy Farid now goes fastest, so 135.8. So between the top 4, there's only 0.24 seconds from Andy Farid all the way down to Azlan Shah. The top 3 all doing 135s. Here's Kasmadeno. We haven't mentioned enough of him because he's currently running in 8th. He just had his fastest lap at 136.7. But it's still about 0.9 seconds away from the likes of Andy at the top. And now Zakwan goes fastest, 135.7. But here's one of the exciting names in this category, Anthony West. And there we go. Huge moment on for Anthony West there at turn 3. Just out on the gas there. That's going to really shake him up a little bit, but yeah, Anthony West, a really, really experienced rider. It's great to see him in the Asia Road Racing Championship. Let's get a look at what happened there. He just got on the gas, he's looking back, and the rear tire nearly came all the way around, but managed to save it perfectly, and a bit of the fairing knot there loose. I think Anthony West has just realized that something is not right on his bike, so he's probably going to head back to the pits. But it's been a tough weekend so far for Anthony West. In the test on day 2, he was down in 11th, 137.837, just 2.8 seconds away. But still a bit more for the Victor Racing team to do. But we know that Victor Racing, in the hands of Anthony West, they are using an older machinery in comparison to the rest of the grid. But we know the quality that Victor Racing has, and we know that they'll definitely bring the best for the likes of Anthony West. Now we're looking at the 2022 champion, Zakwan Zaidi. He crossed now 135.731, so he maintains at the top. Yeah, the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa team looking really strong already in practice 1. Both their riders in the top 3, Zakwan first, Andy Farid third. And it was very similar as well in the combined tests. There's Andy Farid as of on cue. Andy looks like he will be heading back to the pit. Yeah, for now we have a lot of riders actually back into the pit. We have at least half of this grid gone back in. They still do have time to make some minor adjustments and tweak the suspension, perhaps even test tire choices, because we have about just under 28 minutes left in this session. You can see that from Kasma. It is very hot out there this weekend. It will be a test of fitness and also reliability of the machinery. Haruki Noguchi, he's just gone up as well. He's gone up into 5th, a 136.1 for Haruki, so just 0.4 seconds off the likes of Zakwan's time. So currently in the top 5, we have a split between 3 Hondas and 2 BMWs. And not too far behind Haruki is the likes of Pasuit Tivararak. He's done a 136.4, but by the looks of it, the only rider out on track is coming out now is Teo Joe. He's on his out lap, and Haruki Noguchi is still lapping. By the looks of it, from his first sector time, this might be the last lap that he completes in the session for now. There's Zakwan Zaidi just having a look at the timings. He's probably going to be pleased with the timing that he has. Now Marcus, he's going to be quite interested in how he can flip this around, because when he came in 2020, there really was no competition for him. He was the fastest rider by country mile. But this time around, he has his work cut out for him. It's not easy with the likes of Zakwan lapping this quickly, and Andy Farid as well, making his way up into the ASB 1000s, looking like it was no issue for him at all. And there's Haruki with a little bit of a wave by the looks of it. Getting some good camera time as he's out there alone. Now yeah, Haruki is going to be the last of the riders to come in. Teo Joe is out on his out lap once again. So he's done 4 laps in this session, and he did a stint earlier on when the session started, and now he's gone out for a second stint. There's Haruki going back into the pit, having a quick debrief with the team. I think he shouldn't be too disappointed with the timing that he's done. He's done quite decently after all in 5th position. As we mentioned, when he had a chat with Barry, he was still not fully recovered from the incident that he had last season. He is in good spirits. Had a chat with him as well during the grid interview that we had yesterday afternoon, and yeah, he seemed really cheerful. He seems like he's a bit more calm right now compared to last season. And the beautiful words that he did give was, when I asked about what's his motivation to continue, he said that when he crashed, he realized the amount of messages he had from the fans, and he realized that now perhaps people are seeing him. And yeah, I told him that definitely after last season's performance, all eyes are definitely on Haruki now. But here's Teo Joe. a new rider coming into this championship. He's riding as well the M1000RR, but he is using the previous year's model, the 2022, in comparison to the like of Aslan and Marcus, who are riding the 2023 model. Yeah, here's Toyu Joe on the Savitar Team Asia bike. And if you see in his pits, you will see that there is a familiar face from previous years in the World Championship, well, many years ago, shall I say. The likes of Hafik Azmi. Had a chat with the team, and it seems that Hafik Azmi is somewhat the mentor and coach for Toyu Joe. So I'd say having a rider with Moto3 experience and would definitely be a big boost going into this championship. Toyu didn't do too badly in the test. He was 9 seconds off the fastest time. This time so far in the practice session, he's about 8.5 seconds off. So improvements there for the Malaysian rider. In regards to the gap of timing. We had a quick look at Kevin Takubo, Japanese rider who looked in good spirits as well coming into this round when we had a chat with him. There's Cosmo Daniel with plenty of tissue to wipe off the sweat on his face. It is, as we mentioned, a really, really hot weekend here at the Chang International Circuit. For those who watched with us last year, Cosmo Daniel really one of those riders who really impressed us towards the end of the championship. He was lapping well within the timings that were competitive for the championship title. I feel like if he had that momentum from the start of the championship, he would have definitely been a top contender until the end for Zakwan. But for now, here's Azan Shah. He's back out for another set, for another part of the session. Jakrit Sangsat as well coming out. Anthony West as well coming out after that moment that we saw him have down at turn 3. So for Azan Shah, as he makes his way around turn 2 into turn 3, the hard braking zone. This is his flying lap. But for now, still the majority of the grid in pit lane, having a little discussion with the team, making adjustments. Lachlan Epis coming out now as well. So as of right now, we have 5 riders out on track. Now we have just under 21 minutes. Ooh, bit of dust kicking up there as Azlan rode over the rumble strip. It's still looking like a decent lap from Azlan. His first sector timing was not too bad at all, 20.016. Sector 2 looking pretty good as well, 37.0. I think it should be a lap time well within the 135. So he's only done a 136.045. Bit of a stoppy going in there. Comes Azlan now as he makes his way around the final turn. A bit of a moment there on the gas. I think traction control kicked in quite nicely there. It's a 136.045 as his fastest, 136.4 on that lap itself. Now here we have Jakrit Swangsat. Jakrit riding for the EEST NJT racing team, and if you come out and watch these races live, you'll see how well equipped this EEST racing team is. They have arguably the most attractive looking trailer in the back of the pits. I'm not mistaken as well, I overheard that they had a mobile massage center as well for all the riders, and I think that's quite a good addition to have for the championship. And really just a fun group to be around. They always look in good spirits. Speaking of good spirits, here's Anthony West. 137.892 his fastest lap time, so now here's his flying lap. Yeah, as we mentioned, the struggle for the Victor Racing team and Anthony West would be the fact that they are riding on machinery that's a couple of years older than the rest of the grid. And while these minor differences in the bikes might seem minuscule to some, but it really does make a difference in lap times, especially when we're talking about gaps of 0.1, 0.2 seconds. In the top three right now, they gapped less than 0.1 seconds between Zakwan to Andy Farah in the third. 0.074 seconds is the gap. So full Anthony West, a bit of a pop up. The front wheel just pops up a bit as he makes his way around. That could really be a factor of the setup. Maybe he prefers to have it a bit more free at the front. Because we know with all the technology that these bikes have now, we have things such as wheelie control. I'll say one of the good things that Yamaha always had when they introduced this new Yamaha R1, this new edition, is really the control that the bike has, even stock. Came with many goodies such as the slide control, which really just helps the riders, and especially with the upgraded ECUs that they would be running, it really does give that extra bit of understanding with the bike, and also just more control over how it behaves around the turns, into braking. One of those riders who really just loves to let it go wild is Haruki there, beautifully just getting the rear wheel around there. Really is enjoyable watching the way Haruki rides. There comes Azan Shah. So that's Marcus Reiterberg as he makes his way out of pit lane. Definitely he will be quite happy with the time that he's doing, but knowing every racer that's out on the ASB 1000 grid, they will be hunting for the fastest time. Now, while this is just the first free practice, this will probably be the session where they test the most setups. Of course, they had the 2 days of testing, but for a lot of the riders, that will be the first day that they've had a little bit of a date with the bikes for the championship this season. For now, Azan Shah looking like he's just looking for another rider perhaps to get a reference point or a toe. Just making his way around the track there. I think this is Kasma Daniel now coming down the front straight. Number 27. Bit of a different look for Kasma this season. The bike's still running the Yamaha blue, but this time with a bit more silver, and the suits as well running a bit more white. Now here's Kasma as he comes down into turn 3. This is the moment we saw Anthony West have a bit of a slip from the rear tire. But one thing I noticed about the likes of Kasma as well, last year he was the rookie and he looked a lot more relaxed, he looked a lot more the cheerful Kasma that we're used to seeing. But this time around, he looks like he's a bit more nervous perhaps, a bit more focused. That could be in the sense that he realizes that he really has the potential to be a title contender. And being one of the young riders in this championship, he will want to make his mark. of course, the outstanding young talents in this category would be the likes of Kasma, and even in the hands of a rookie last season who was just absolutely remarkable. For now, here's Kasma Daniel going into the last turn. Looking at his sector times, it is not too bad from Kasma, but I think he will go up about a position or two. Comes across and he maintains in 8th position. Now it looks like in the pit it's still Zakwan, Andi, Azlan, Jakrit Sangsat, Lachlan Epis, who came out short for a short session, but looks like he's gone back in now. Anthony West as well, he's gone back into pit lane, and Tioyu Zhou. Here's Marcus Reiterberger now on the 1XOX BMW TKKR racing team. Goes into the final turn now. Looks like a decent lap from Marcus. Comes across the line at 1:36.307, so not improving on that lap. Let's try and see what tires he's running. I think looks like the pink of the soft rear there on Marcus's bike, and perhaps the medium front, so similar to what Azlan will be running from the start of the session. For now, of the top 5 lap times, we have just Marcus out on track currently on screen. For now, we follow the German rider on the... Ooh, big moment there. He's really animated with what happened there. But that was interesting. It looks like he was unhappy with the way the bike reacted, because it didn't look like he was mad at himself, but for now, Marcus continues on. It was a decent lap coming in from Marcus, but yeah, he was really animated with what happened there. He just looked like he overshot a bit under the brakes, going into turn 4 there. Now here comes Marcus Reiterberger into the last turn. Definitely, this wouldn't be the fastest lap from him with that error that he had into turn 4, but it is a 1:36.9. Let's see what Marcus can do on a second try. For now, still the majority of the grid in pit lane. The only riders out on track currently are the man on screen, Marcus Reiterberger, Pasawit, Kenneth Kubo, and Kasma Daniel, but none of them improving on their lap times yet. That's Kasma Daniel, one of the younger riders in this category. He's had plenty of experience. He's had a season in the MotoGP Moto2 Championship, as well as numerous occasions in the CEV Championship. He's definitely one of the young riders with talent. He's definitely displayed that for us last season. Now we're looking at that Honda Asia pit, hosting the likes of Andy Farid and Zakwan Zaidi. For now on track, we follow the likes of Kasma Daniel. In front of him, not too far away, is his teammate Kenneth Kubo. In front of Kenneth right there, I believe that's Pasawit. Kenneth taking the very wide line into turn 3, apologies. But it is turn 3 is really one of those turns where you can choose multiple entry points. You can be the kind that likes to really break deep and take an earlier exit. That usually tends to favor the top speed, but there are those who would like to take the early exit, the early entry, and the late exit, which benefits in the entry speed and how late you can brake, but there really are multiple choices that you can have going into turn 3. The really exciting corners for me, my most favorite area of the circuit would be between turn 4 all the way until turn 7. It's that triple left-hander from 4, 5, 6, and then the flip to right onto 10, 7. Really brings some amazing overtakes to see around there. If you guys want to know what it looks like on track, you guys can look at the video that we had taken last season for the last run of the championship. We took you around all the way to each talking point of this magnificent circuit. So just under 9 minutes now for the ASB 1000 practice 1. Then we saw Passawit on track. And we have a few more riders coming out. We have Andy Farid coming out, Jakrit Swangsat as well. I'd say Zakwan, ooh, a bit of a moment there for Kenneth Kubo. Now it looks like Haruki's coming out for his second stint in the session. Zakwan Zaidi also getting ready with 8.5 minutes remaining. Bit of a late push, some might say, but then again, still enough time to get a bit more information and data for the sessions later on. Because the ASB 1000s will be having 3 practice sessions today, and tomorrow they will have their qualifying at 10:50 a.m. local time before race 1 that occurs after our lunch break. Now that's Zakwan Zaidi using the number 1 on his bike. We'll be looking to make it a double champion for 2023 this year. And we rode a really magnificent campaign last season, but everyone I'm sure who followed us will be wondering what could have been if Haruki was here all the way until the end. The championship title was in Haruki's favor all the way up until round 4. And then things started unfolding in Sepang, and that was where we saw Haruki drop some points with that weather mayhem, shall we call it, that occurred in Sepang. Now by the looks of it on our screens, everyone except Lachlan Epis will be out on track for the remainder of the session. Now we follow Haruki as he comes back into the ASB 1000 category to try and make it his championship to win. I mean, last season was his championship to lose, but definitely the competition much stiffer this time around. With young riders like Haruki and the likes of Kasma, you just never know what they can bring to the table. Especially taking into account that this is just the first day of this race weekend. Things can all change come qualifying and race 1 tomorrow. But now just under 6 minutes, and we're following Haruki Noguchi. 7.3 with the iconic Arai helmet that he's using. And I must say, it's really amazing to see what the SDG MS Hard Pro Honda racing team has done so far this from last season. But we just saw Anthony West with his visor that's gone missing. Where that's fallen off on track, but for now we follow back with Teo Yu Jo, number 16, the Malaysian rider riding for the Savitar Team Asia. Oh, there's Cosmo Daniel going not where the track is there at turn 4, and just kicking up dust there as he goes really wide. I wonder what happened to Cosmo there. He's taken Kenneth Kubo, his teammate, along with him. Now here's Zakwan Zaidi, the defending champion. And I would say, whenever I see riders using the number 1, there's always this saying that there's somewhat a curse when a rider chooses to use the number 1 on their race bike, because it makes the title defense harder, where there's just a mental pressure that's added on. now Zakwan looking really good even with the number 1. We have seen in other championships riders using the number 1 after winning a championship and still making it a double. It looks like Zakwan doesn't seem to be phased at all. Yes, Marcus Reiterberger, yeah, he looks really unhappy. As I mentioned, that moment that he had at turn 4 didn't really look like any fault of his own, and he looked really more unhappy with how the bike behaved going in. So perhaps really he's not pleased with the setup that he's had today. I think maybe the feeling that he had in test compared to now is just somewhat different. Speaking of someone who really enjoyed the feeling of his bike was Zakwan Zaidi. In the press conference that we had yesterday, he looked absolutely ecstatic and not a worry in his mind. Zakwan Zaidi looking like the bike is quite tail happy. He's running, by the looks of it, the medium compound on his bike. Compared to 2 BMWs on the 1xx side of the garage, they were using the medium soft, medium on the front, soft on the rear. So perhaps Zakwan likes that looseness of the rear tire. Maybe it just behaves better with the CBR there. Oof. Zakwan really getting his work cut out there for him. Trying to keep the rear of his bike planted. Actually, he does go fastest now. 135.486 from Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan looking really confident already early in the morning here at the Changi International Circuit. But now yes, Azlan Shah, he's come up for his last push. And we have just 2 minutes remaining in the session, so Azlan, those who just crossed, will have, including this one, 2 laps remaining in the session. Here's Lachlan Epis, he's another one who will be getting 2 laps in. 137.4, the fastest for Lachlan so far. It's 1.9 seconds down from Zakwan Zaidi's time. There's Anthony West, he's come out again, this time with the visor back on. Just letting a few of the riders pass through, so Anthony West is going to have to line up this coming lap. I think he's going to try and tail behind the likes of Lachlan Epis. Look at the speed that the BMW has, so just pulling away easily from the likes of Anthony West. Looks like Marcus is going to come out again, but he's only got about a minute left, so I don't think he's going to even... He's definitely not going to make it out for a fast lap. He'll just be out for his out lap, but nothing, he won't be able to set a new lap time. Now here comes Lachlan Epis as he makes his way around turn 6, I believe this is. So that's turn 7, 8. And coming into turn 9, 10, and 11. See Azlan Shah there, he's not pushing on further for this session, and he looks like he will be heading back to pit lane, and that will conclude his session. Here comes Lachlan Epis, he comes across the line. Looks like an improvement from him coming. Yes, it is a 137.288, so improves his time by nearly 0.2 seconds. Time trickling down, we will get the checker flag coming out. Zakwan Zaidi there in the pit, looking properly sweaty out there after his session, and well deserved the 134.486. He's one of those riders who really has some of the best physique in this championship. He's one of those riders who really works on his fitness well. See, it really pays off in his results. It's what it takes to become a champion. But there's Marcus Reiterberger. He's on his out lap, but the check flag is out already. So whether that was intentional or just a slight miscommunication, will come across the line and he will take the checkered flag and head back into pit lane. Beautiful shot there of the grandstand football stadium style at the Changi International Circuit. So here comes Marcus Reiterberger. He'll take the checkered flag now. He comes across the line and he will finish second fastest in the session. I would say not a bad session at all from the German rider. Here comes Lachlan Epis. He's trying to improve on his lap time. It doesn't look like it's going to be an improvement on this lap itself, but he does come across now 1:37.167, so that is his fastest lap time. So he does improve slightly, so he's only 1.6 seconds off the top rider, Zakwan Zaidi. So I would say job well done from the Australian rider, coming in for his first season in the Asia Road Racing Championship. So these are the results for the ARRC ASB 1000 Practice 1, fastest on screen. There's Zakwan Zaidi at 1:35.486. Second fastest, Marcus Reiterberger. Completing the top 3 is Andy Farid, Zakwan's teammate. In 4th is the likes of Azan Shah. 5th, Haruki Noguchi. 6th, Pasawit Titivararag. 7th, Kemit Kubo. 8th, Kazuma Daniel. In 9th is Jakrit Swangsat. 10th, Lachlan Epis. 11th, Anthony Keith West. And in 12th, Teo Yu Jo. So that concludes the ASB Practice 1. We will head for a quick break and we will be back right after this with the TVS Asia One Make Championship Practice 1. Welcome back to the action on track. This time is a TVS Asia One Make Championship Practice 1. Again, this is an exciting grid that we have. We have some new names and some old names in this category. We have the likes of Vorapong Malawan, the champion and development rider for this category. He's coming back once again for the second season. We have Fugo Tanaka, KY Ahmed, Deki Tiarno, Jagan Kumar, to name a few who are continuing for the second season. Some new names, we have the two Malaysians, Muhammad Muzakir, as well as Ramdan Rosli. Tayo Sato as well coming in, Kerwin Ains Chang. Of course, we didn't have any tests for the TVS Asia One Make Championship this time round, so we have no data as to what these new riders especially will be doing around the track. But we will compare the lap times to last season's finale. Of course, we saw Vorapong taking a famous championship victory. It was quite the finale that we were entertained to. The first few lap times coming in, the fastest, no surprise there, Vorapong Malawan, a 1:58.611. The truly exciting thing about this category is throughout the season of 2022, we saw the times really decreasing rapidly and a lot of the bikes improving. It was a year of development and learning for the championship, and yeah, it was really great to see how the times dropped really quickly. At the end of the last season in the race, we had a 1:53.001 that was set by Fugo Tanaka. It's one of the faster lap times that we had towards the end, and yeah, it's really exciting to see what they'd be doing now as the fastest lap times. We already have a 1:53.1 from Piawat Patumyos, so I'm guessing we should be able to see some 1:52s coming in as the season progresses at the Chang International Circuit. It is a shorter practice session for these riders in comparison to the ASB 1000s. It's just a 20-minute session. So we've already had 5 minutes elapsed and there are 15 minutes remaining. There's a Kerwin Ains Chang. We'll see just going around Fugo Tanaka there. Lap time still is Piawat Patumyos at the top there. Muhammad Muzakir not doing too bad at all. A 1:54.503, that puts him up into second. Doing another good lap is the likes of Muhammad Muzakir. But there we go, 1:52 already. Now it's from Piawat Patumyos, a 1:52.035. So really looking like we're going to get a 1:51 anytime soon. Just trying to recall whether we've had a 1:51 in previous rounds here at the Chang International Circuit. Yes, we have had a 1:51 from Vorapong, a 1:51.368. It's definitely that will be the benchmark timing for these riders. He will be taking Vorapong as the reference point. He is the champion and he is also the development rider for the TVS Asia Apache RR310. Very short again of the grandstands that we have here at the Chang International Circuit. Very unique to this this circuit itself. Because just outside the circuit we have the Buriram Football Club Stadium. Now there at the front of this trio, that was Mohammad Muzakir. Behind him is Arshad Rushdi, one of the impressive riders. He was from Singapore. From Singapore last season, he was really one of those riders who had a string of good performances. And here's Mohammad Muzakir, the new rider in this category with the pink helmet. Very similar design color-wise to Arshad's helmet there at the back. Comes now Mohammad Muzakir. Comes across the line. Looks like it's a decent lap from him, a 152.606. Not faster than the lap that he set on the previous lap. Obviously KY Ahmed as well. He's looking pretty good there in third. Vorapong, surprisingly, he's lapping in the 153s. 153.937 is his fastest lap time. He's currently in fifth. But knowing the quality of Vorapong, that's probably just going to be the result for now itself, but it'll definitely drop down soon. Instead of 151 in previous rounds last season. Missing from this current grid is Watrin Tuptimon. Watrin was really fast last season as well, chasing down Vorapong. So following the same trio, this is the group of Mohammad Muzakir as well as Arshad Rushdi at the back there. Sandwich between them is the likes of Piawat Patumios, who's lapping even faster now. He's gone fastest through Sector 1 and Sector 2, so looks like definitely going to be a 151 for the likes of Piawat. Thai rider looking really strong already in the first session for the TBS Asia One Make Championship. And then makes light work of Mohammad Muzakir as he blitzes past him into the final turn, but looks like he lost a bit of speed on the entry there. Let's see if it affects his lap time too much. A 1:50.971 from Piawat Patumios. So that's 1.6 seconds faster than Mohammad Muzakir in second. Piawat looking like he's in a completely different league in practice one itself. Top speed wise, fastest top speed coming in from Mohammad Muzakir at 204.8. I think that's the fact that Mohammad Muzakir is a small rider, not too tall, and he's quite light. He's one of those riders who really takes pride in his fitness. He's definitely well prepared for this championship. Yeah, that's it. Not too bad at all in second, but Piawat just flying away with a 150.971. On screen is Ramdan Rosli, another one of the new riders in this championship. It's a rider with plenty of experience in the Asia Road Racing as well. Previously rode in the Supersport 600 class a few years back. Now he improves his time, a 154.131 up into 7th. Definitely one of the taller riders in this championship, so that might be a difficulty for him. The bike definitely looks geared for most heights of riders. We saw one of the Australian riders last season as well. It's a tall, lanky rider, but still managed to ride very well in these machines. Followed the Malaysian rider Ramdan Rosli. And he's also one of those riders who's had wildcards in the Moto2 World Championship as well as the CEV Moto2 Championship. Piawat just coming across with a 2:01, so he doesn't improve on his lap time. But Mohammad Muzakir a 1:51.795. He reduces the gap between himself and Piawat down to 0.8 seconds. Between him and KY Ahmed in third is 1.6 seconds. So right now Piawat and Muhammad Muzakir flying away at the top two. Now we're still following Ramdan Rusli riding with the number 10 on his bike. Through the final turn, let's see what he does as he comes across the line on the gas, tucking in, and it looks like it's going to be an improvement. Yes, a 1:53.927. He goes up into fifth, and right now between third all the way down to seventh. Down to eighth, actually. He's only a gap of less than a second, so that should be quite an interesting battle coming into race day. Now Piawat and Muzakir really running right at the front. So we have just over 6 minutes left in the TVS Asia One Make Championship Practice 1 session. Raised the hand there from one of the riders at the back of this frame here. Now here we're looking at Jagan Kumar. He'll be looking to really use his experience from last season to try and make his way up at the top of this championship. By the looks of it, at the timing screens that we have here, I believe Piawat Patumyos has come back into pit lane, as well as Dekitiano. Now here following Jagan Kumar, he's running currently in 10th. So rider from India, he'll be looking to find at least a second more to try and get in that mix for the final podium positions. Because currently, if you look at the timing, it really isn't a battle except for the front. Even the front two wouldn't be so much of a battle. It's 0.8 seconds between Piawat and Muzakir in first and second. Jagan Kumar right now, he's lapping the 155s, mid 155s or 155.4 is his fastest lap time that he set on the previous lap. 1.3 seconds away from the likes of Kerwin Ains Chang. Now for Jagan Kumar, as he comes across the line, it looks like it's a 155.8, so 4.8 seconds off the top there, that lap itself. So a bit more work needed for Jagan Kumar to really get in the mix. Now just 3.5 minutes left in this session, and over there we have Taiyo Saito, rider that hails from Japan, a very nice and exciting looking helmet there. It's going to be easy for us to pick him out throughout the group of riders. So Taiyo Saito, as he comes around the final bend down the front straight, so he's been lapping in the 157s. On that lap he's on a 159, a 201 apologies, so he's going to have a little bit more to find before we head into qualifying tomorrow, as well as race. And then again, the pace can drop in the race situation. Some riders tend to get the feeling only in the race on the grid. They're bunched up as a huge group. This is the battle up at the top 3. This is KY Ahmed. Behind him is the likes of Mohamed Muzakir, and I think he'll get good slipstream across the lines. Let's see what Muzakir does as he comes across. Muzakir goes fastest now, 150.845. He's improved by 0.9 seconds of his fastest lap time. KY Ahmed as well, he's improved to a 152.004. So the gap at the top 3 has been reduced. Between the top 2 is only 0.1 seconds. Between Muzakir and KY Ahmed is 1.1 seconds. So there we go, Mohamed Muzakir, the newcomer in this category, and straight away topping the practice times. Piawat, he's just come out for his out lap as well. So Piawat will have one last push in this session, I think, for at least one lap. Looking across the grid, doesn't look like anyone else is on an improving lap, or perhaps Ramdan Rossi is looking on a decent one. So is Fugo Tanaka. They might improve in the positions. But now here's Mohamed Muzakir. I don't think this will be a fast lap for him. He did slow down there at turn 3. The lap coming up after this should be a good one as well from Mohamed Muzakir. Just under a minute left now, just over 30 seconds actually left in the TVS Asia 1 make practice 1. Here comes Muzakir as he comes around the final bend. Behind him should be KY Ahmed. Huge slide there as he goes into the final bend. We saw this a lot last season in the first couple of rounds for the TVS Asia 1 make. Bikes were sliding quite aggressively. This will be one final push now for Mohamed Muzakir on this practice 1 session. Behind him is KY Ahmed coming, I believe. No, it looks like KY Ahmed has gone back to pit lane. That's Deki Tiarno. This here is Ramdan Rosli side by side with Fugo Tanaka, and they will take the checkered flag as they come across the line. It looks like Ramdan Rosli, he's gone up into 3rd position, so that's a great lap time from Ramdan Rosli. Piawat Patumios, he's on a fast lap as well. Actually, Piawat, he set the fastest second sector time. So here comes Piawat as he comes around the final bend. Bit of a wide line there. Goes on to the green part of the circuit. Comes across the line. I think it's going to be the fastest lap time. Does it do it? And it does not. A 150.9. So reduces the gap just to under 0.1 seconds. 0.096 exactly between himself and Muzakir in first. Muzakir just come across the first sector and doesn't look like he's going any faster. So by the looks of it, the positions should remain as they are, and the fastest lap time will be the 150.854 from Muzakir. And what a lap that is. This is quite telling. The championships are getting faster, riders are getting faster. This can only bring exciting racing coming up into this weekend. So these are the results for the TVS Asia 1 Make Championship. First and fastest is Mohamed Muzakir, the newcomer in this category. Second fastest is Piawat Patumios. Third, Ramdan Rosli. Fourth, KY Ahmed. Fifth, Vorapong Malahuan. Sixth is Fugo Tanaka. Seventh, Arshad Rushdi. Eighth is Deki Tiarno. In ninth, we have Kerwin Ains Chang. 10th is Darampop Tong. In 11th is Jagan Kumar. 12th is Tayo Saito. 13th is Deepak Ravi Kumar. 14th is Louis Abelhard. So with that all said and done, we will go for a short break and we'll be back right after this with the Honda Thailand Talent Cup.
We are back again at Chang International Circuit for the second free practice session of the day for the AP 250 class. This is Barry Russell back with you for this session. And in the first session we saw a lockout of the first three places by the Astra Hondas. In this order, Herjanatna, followed by Reza Danica, followed by Vida Ega Pratama. Those were the first three, and the best of the rest was Honda Racing Thailand's Mukladar Serapuch. So a lot to talk about in this class. Perhaps the most significant thing, if you were looking at that wonderful graphic that was put up by, you saw just before this session began, of the times and the first three. If you notice the times, you will have noticed that they are around close to 2 seconds quicker than what we saw just a few months ago at the last round in December 2022. The reason for that is that they are running slicks, as we discussed if you were around for free practice 1 early this morning. But those tyres are really making a difference. I was speculating privately that maybe they'd make a difference of a second, and the Dunlop technicians said no way, it's going to be a lot more than that, and so it is. So just to give you a marker, the best qualifying time in December was 1:52.428, and Herjanatna's best time in FP1 was 50.66. So that's a phenomenal difference that we've seen so far, and it was evident indeed in the two-day official test that we had on Tuesday and Wednesday this week. On your screen then, two Indian riders, some changes in the Indian lineup in AP 250. Number 17 on the official Honda India machine is Mohsin Paramban, and on the number 17 machine you can see going through there is Setu Rashid. Sorry, he's on the number 80 on the green bike. Number 17 is Mohsin on the official Honda India team. So Setu Rajiv, who didn't get out in the first free practice session, got something to show his compatriots perhaps in this session. Let's see how he goes. Good rider, and I think this is his third season in the class for Setu Rajiv, this time running with Victor Racing. And there you can see number 25 is Wacharin Tuptimon. He's former, that's it, number 25, that's Wacharin, former official Thailand rider, and also AP 250, TVS one make last year. So we know his quality, and he's back out here. He's got a teammate somewhere around him in that shot. We're just looking there at the number 27 white bike, pink helmet. That's the SDG Honda of Chiro Ishii, a new rider to this class and one of 4 women riding in this class this season. Best known of them, of course, Mukladar Serapuch, who returns to the class after performing so strongly in 2019 in the pre-pandemic season. She finished 4th then. A few too many mishaps that season to put her in contention for the championship. But she's back now, and we know her speed, we know her competitiveness, so she will be somewhere close to the front. And there is Setu Rajiv, who has dropped that Victor Racing Yamaha very early in the session. He missed the first session, so not a great Friday morning for him. It'll be Friday afternoon in 3 minutes, so hopefully his fortunes will improve. And early in the session, we've got Chakrapat Putisan leading the way for Honda Thailand. His teammate Tanat Leong Pliao second. Both those riders new to Thai Honda. And Mukladar, their teammate, has just bettered both of them and put herself at the top with a 153.084. That's about 2.5 seconds slower than the best time we saw in free practice 1, but these riders have only had maybe 2 flying laps so far. So those times will come down. Also showing in the top handful currently are Irfan Haikal and Idlan Hakimi for Bunsu Honda, Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. Watcher in 7th, Chihiro Ishii in 8th on the EST machine. And just out of shot there, in fact just in shot now, the pink helmet on the green Motor Sniper Kawasaki is, can't quite see, but I think that is, I think that's Liu Chunmei. So strong early performances in this session by some of the female riders here. I beg your pardon, that number 16 is number 16 at the front. That's Irfan Ardiancia, sporter of the pink helmet that we saw last season in 600s on an Astra Honda, and now for Motor Sniper in 250s. And he's flanked by Warit, who's Warit Tong Nopakun. I had it right earlier on and now I've lost it. But let's see how Irfan goes. In the first session, he finished 5th, 1 second off the best time of Herjan. But the speed of those Astra Hondas did seem to be something pretty special. In fact, Reza Danika's bike was over 200 kilometers an hour down the straight from that goes from turn 3 to turn 4. And Astra Honda's working their way through to the front of that group there, with an Indonesian Yamaha in hot pursuit. Cao Vietnam, well-known Vietnamese rider, and a talented Vietnamese rider. We've seen him go very, very well in the Asia Talent Cup with numerous podiums there. But he's just jumped up to P2 in AP250s, which is as high as I can remember seeing him. He's on one of the new Hondas. Says he's very pleased with it, and he looks very pleased right now too. So right out at the front there is the number 55 bike of Lee Rui-yun, a rider from Taipei, or to be geopolitically correct, Chinese Taipei. And Liu Chunmei and Lee Rui-yun both from Taipei, and both holding up the timing sheet at the moment. Lee Rui-yun on a 2-minute dead, so a little too far off the top. Now there is Irfan Haikal on the number 41. Idemitsu Bunsu Honda machine. He's the number 25. You can see there's a little breeze around today from the way the camera's shaking around. Number 55 on your screen there. That was Lee Rui-yun for EST NJT Racing. Beautiful livery on those bikes of white and that kind of purpley pink. I'm not an expert, but I might call it fuchsia pink. Please put a comment in the box if you know what that colour or that Pantone number is. But it's very distinctive, looks good. And there is Reza Danica Arens, who missed winning the championship last year to Andy Mohamed Fadli. They were level on points. but Andy won a hatful of races in the first part of the season and took the title on the countback, but they both finished level on points. So there's a good lap, 151.5. That's a second faster than the pole time we saw here in late November last year. And once again, that's because of the slick tyres. And we saw on our social media some comments from the AP250 riders about the new slicks, and I thought the most articulate of them did come from Razor, who said that the grip is better, they're better under braking, and they wear less on long runs. The performance is more consistent as the race goes on. So he was very fulsome in his praise of them. And now that going down the front straight there, that's Vida Ega Pratama for Astra Honda at the front of that group. Newcomer to the Astra Honda AP250 team, but been very quick during testing and very quick this morning. The best time 151.1. So another prodigious talent off the production line of Astra Honda. And I think that was Hergen that just ran wide. Won't matter too much in this free practice session. There is Reza Danica, number 123, 2018 champion. Andy Fadley won it in 2019 and in 2022. So there is Vida, Hergen and Reza going through turn 12 to complete another lap. I don't think any of them are particularly hot. Vida had a good first sector, and Reza has jumped to the top with the 151.1. So it's Reza, Vida, Hergen. Once again a lockout from the Astra Hondas, and once again Muqtada Sarapurch the best of the rest. The new version of the Honda AP250 RR hasn't made its way to Thailand yet. So it'll be interesting just to watch how those Astra Hondas and the Thai Hondas compete with each other during this round one of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're overtaking in the exit to pit lane there. Hopefully none of them exceeded the pit lane speed limit. Most riders in the pits now. It's just pretty much exactly on the halfway point for this 30-minute session. 14.5 minutes left on the clock. But let's enjoy this formation flying here by the Astra Honda trio of Vida, Reza and Hergen. Reza's 151.1 is half a second slower than the best time recorded by Hergen in the first session this morning. They're going to come in nice and neatly all together for a break. So very few riders out on track now. There's one of them. That's one of the new Indian riders to the series, Kevin Samar Quintal. Got the track to himself now, which is probably a good thing. So the performers so far, apart from the top three, which are all Astra Hondas, Muqtada, Cal Vietnam, holding up well in P5, Jukrapat Putisan in P6, Warit Tongnopakun beginning to get that right in P7, and it looks like the best of the Yamahas here is in P8. That's Ferozi Torakatula for Yamaha Indonesia. 193 on your screen there is Nguyen Duc Tan, who we saw in Underbones last year, cutting his teeth now in the AP250 class. finding the outside of the track there. Most riders currently in the pits. So let's take a look here at Nguyen Duc Tan. Watcher in, number 25. He's just running in front of him. And the number 50, which is the Honda India team. They've got 2 new riders this season. 3 Indian riders in this class, the other one being Setu Rajiv, who was Honda India for a couple of seasons before, including last season. But now all change, and Setu is with Victor Racing Yamaha. Didn't see anything of him in the first session, and he crashed early in this session and is still in the pit. Hopefully he'll get out with 11.5 minutes remaining now in this session. The other new Indian rider is Mohsin Paramban. He's on an out lap and has done a best lap in this session of 1:57.557. Karin did a 1:55 in the first session. Mohsin did a 1:56.4. So plenty of work for those guys to do as we look at Mukladar. 44 for Honda Racing Thailand. Always competitive in this class. Consistent leader. Last time she did a season in AP 250s, which was 2019. Finished 4th, had a few reliability and staying on the bike issues, but was always quick, and she is definitely a championship contender for this season. Back in 2016, if my memory serves me correctly, please comment if it's wrong. She was the Asia Dream Cup, that was the Honda 250 one-make series. She was the Asia Dream Cup champion. So more than capable of it, and is coming back to AP 250s this year after spending 2022 in Japan competing in the Super Sport 600 class there. And doing very well. And now she's back in ARRC. So one question we won't be asked every few minutes when we go racing with ARRC is, where's Mukladar? Because here she is, right on your screen now. And she is 1.9 seconds behind the best time of Reza Danica. She's done 1:53.033. So really nowhere near the Astra Honda times. Let's look at some top speed information to see if there's any clues in there. Not really. Something in the source that Astra Honda have got this year that has given them an early advantage. They locked out both the test days, official test days, earlier this week. Best lap for Mukladar, 1:53. That won't move her up because the Astra Hondas are so much quicker. We're looking at Irfan leading Aiki Yoshi there on the 2 distinctive Moto Sniper Kawasaki's. Kawasaki's take a tight line round turn 3. I heard Daniel talking about this during the superbike practice, but there are many ways round you can tackle turn 3. This long sweeping hairpin. And that's Irfan just coming up behind Cal Vietnam. The big white plate on the front of his Honda, his red Honda, and the plain white helmet. So if we stays at the front. Perhaps a helmet sponsor will see the opportunity that we've got on our screen here. Irfan, followed by Wahyu Nugroho. Good to see him again in this session. We know him as a quick rider from Underbone 150s and wildcard appearances in a few years back. So hopefully he'll make his way up in this Class 2. There goes Aiki Iyoshi. Disappointing season for him in 2022. Much of it was just sheer bad luck. So hopefully this new season will bring him a better run of the dice. Got 3 riders in the 151s, and they are all Astra Hondas. Nobody in the 152s, and Mukladar is on a 153 and sitting in 4th place. The top 3 lockout is nothing new for Astra Honda. We saw it at the Bend in Australia back in 2018. I think they had a podium lockout as well as a grid lockout on that occasion. So there's 250s taking that turn 4 almost flat out. Staying there with Aiki Iyoshi, one of the riders who's sure to be close to the front. There is quite a mix of experience and new riders coming through here, so the orders will change. You have to imagine that some of the younger riders, or some of the less familiar riders, like the rider we just saw there, number 89, there he is, Wahyu Nugroho, will increase their pace as the season wears on and get amongst the more experienced riders. That's Ilan Hakimi on the number 19. He's for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. He had a decent season last year, but is surely hoping to take a step up. Stay there with Wahyu Nugroho, the Indonesian rider. Number 65 going through is Cal Vietnam, followed by, with the pink helmet there, Irfan Ardiansyah. That's Wahyu Nugroho, bringing up the rear of that little group that's out on track now. One of the EST bikes just went off there. That was the number 94 of Warwick, Tong Nopakun, they would pronounce it. He's having a go at Wahyu. Danika's been in the pits. In fact, all the 3 Astra Hondas have been in the pits. There is just under 4 minutes remaining, and those 3 are all coming back out on track. Mukladar has pushed herself up to 152, pushed her time down to 152.7. And Aiki Iyoshi has also got himself into the 152s. So now that gap between the rest of the field and the Astra Hondas doesn't look quite so big. We're just looking there at Ferozi Torikatula on the number 36 machine. There they are. They're the 2 Indonesian Yamahas running together there. 89 Wahyu. Number 36, Ferozi Torikatula. So a couple of flying laps left for these guys. Aiki Iyoshi has just pushed himself up into 4th ahead of Mukladar with 152.4. That's a tenth quicker than the Thai rider. there she is, number 44, currently in P5. 1.39 seconds behind the best time of Reza Danica. He's been sitting at the top of the timesheets there for some time. Red and white Thai Honda, a distinctive green helmet. KYT helmet, sponsored by Carabao, the Thai energy drinks company, or if you like, the other Thai energy drinks company. But, coming in and doing a lot for the sport in Thailand. So just under 2 minutes remaining. We should see a quick lap from the three Astra Hondas when they come back on screen. Looking at Irfan Ardiancia on the Motul Sniper Kawasaki, followed by Kiyoshi, followed by Muqtada Sarapuch to come across the line. I don't think there are going to be any changes to the order this time. No. So this will be the last flying lap. The checkered flag will come out to end this session while they are on this lap. Muqtada looks as though she's giving a little bit of a guide to the rider behind her. Either that or just telling the other rider to stay where they are. And Jakrapat Pudisan for Thai Honda has jumped up to 4th place, pushing down Aiki Iyoshi and Muqtada Sarapuch, who's now 4th, and Irfan Ardiancia 7th. And Cal Vietnam still in the top 10 in P8 with a best time of 1:52.923. And there is Cal Vietnam just at the front of that pack there, being chased by Irfan. And the 25 EST NJT bike of Watcherin Tubtimon also in that group and looking aggressive on this last flying lap. Tubtimon, Muqtada. Chasing him, looking at the timing screens. I don't think there's going to be any change in the order from this lap. Muqtada, that's a decent lap, 1:52.5. These riders are really getting used to the slicks. They will pass the checkered flag this time, so the fast laps are done. They come over the line. And it looks as though Warwick on the EST NJT bike will finish in 13th position, 1:53.7. So not a bad time at all for him. A few bikes still out, but nothing showing on the sector times to indicate upset. There is the the session winner there, Reza Danica, crossing the line for the last time in this session. They have one more session this afternoon, the AP 250s. Busy day, free practice. With 13 sessions for the ARRC, the 5 ARRC categories. There they are lining up. That's just after turn 3. Lining up for the official practice start point. So there he is, Reza Danica RNs, 1:51.116. Leads that session from teammate Fida Ega Pratama and Herjan Atna Farados. Jakrapat Pudisan for Honda Racing Thailand in 4th. Aiki Iyoshi, Motul Sniper Manual Tech, good session for him in 5th. Muqtada Sarapuch, 6th. 7th, Irfan Haikal, 8th. The returning Irfan Ardiancia. 9th, Cal Vietnam. 10th, Wayu Nugroho, decent session for him too. Idlan Hakimi for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda Racing. Ferozi Torakatula, 12th. Warwick 13th, 14th Tanat Leong Pliao, and 15th Watcherin Tub Timon. 16th Chihiro Ishii, the STGMS Hawk Pro rider. Nguyen Duc Tan 17th, Kavin Samar Quintel, the best of the Indian riders. 19th Mohsin Paramban, 20th Lucien May, 21st Setu Rajib, and 22nd Lee Rui Yun. Her time was 2 minutes 0.4. And that brings us to the end of the second session. You'll be able to see the graphics confirming those fastest 3 times if you're watching Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Really good. If you want to follow and get all the up-to-date information, that will be up in just a few minutes. We're going to take a very short break, and I'll be back for the second free practice session of Supersport, and that will be coming up in just about 7 minutes from now. So we'll see you then. The sign says pit open, and pit is open for free practice 2 for the Supersport 600s. So the competitors will shortly be joining the track for this 30-minute session. And while we wait for them to come out, you will have seen some nice fresh graphics from the team here. Amongst other things, we've got the top 3 from each session being shown just a few minutes after the session's completed. And we also saw, while if you were waiting for the session to start, a graphic advertising the pit walk, which will be on Sunday for members of the public who come along to Chang International Circuit. It is a terrific part of the event to get involved in. The riders all enjoy it, the spectators love it. It is like a little 1-hour carnival when it happens. Lots of giveaways, chances to talk to the riders, take photos with them. So this is a good moment to plan your weekend here at Friday lunchtime. So plan to be here at the very least on Sunday and join us for the pit walk. So the riders coming on their outlap now. And the story of the Supersport 600 from not only free practice 1, but from the official test earlier this week on Tuesday and Wednesday, was that Karo Lidimpawi topped the session. So he's been really dominant. And this morning he did a 39.204, just ahead of Nakarina Tirapuvapat, the Thai Honda rider. And that compares with the qualifying time that we saw in November 2022 of 1:39.094. And the rider coming out on your screen there is Chinese rider Xia Juntong. And he's aboard the Victor Racing MLT Yamaha R6, of course, for this class. Just coming out was the number 15 Panasonic Kaoson T. And if Kaoson T sounds familiar, but you're used to seeing Kritchaporn in front of it, it's not a relative, it's the same rider, but he decided to change his name from Kritchaporn to Panasonic. And talking about Thai riders, there's one of the very best, that's Chip Nakarin Tirapuvapat. Number 41, he was second quickest this morning, just 26 hundredths of a second behind Karo Lidimpawi, or Kip. Nakarin is known as Chip, so that was a very convenient little piece of poetry at the top of the timing screens. Chip Nakarin won't want to be bettered this time at his home track, Chang International Circuit. He was third in the championship last year by virtue of some very solid, consistent performances. They included 2 podiums, a P2 and a P3, and a whole series of P4s that put him into third place in the championship. He does want to do better. He noted, as if he wouldn't, that the Malaysian riders were very quick here at his home track during the official test. As we watch him come to around turn 12 on a flying lap there, he puts himself into second on the early timing screen with 1:40.571, and just as I said it, Panasonic, his compatriot, bettered that by 0.2 of a second. So Nakarin currently third, if that matters, newcomer to the class, although not by no means a newcomer to ARRC. In fourth position, Andy Mohammed Fadli, who won the AP 250 championship last year. Like all the championships, it was desperately closely contested. And taking this class as an example, it was won on a count back by Andy Farid Izdihar. As Chip Maccarin just takes a little look around and lets some riders go past. And the rider we just saw there was Adinanta Putra, the Astra Honda, the sole Astra Honda representative in this class, moving up from 250s. A well-deserved move up and crack at the bigger capacity class for him this year. He had a best time of 1:40 this morning to put himself in 9th on the timing screens, but we have to say the competition between lap times here is really, really tight. We had half a second covering the first, less than half a second covering the first 7. Seventh in that case was Kito Abe, who's currently at the top of this timing screen with a 1:39.9. The only rider into the 1:39s so far there is Helmi Azman, who lost the title last year to Andy Farid Izdihar on the count back. So he'll be out to complete unfinished business, as the cliche goes when you don't win something. Just in front of him is Karel Idampawi, number 89, who has been dominant. Even though the times are close, he's managed to keep himself ahead all the way through. The track time from all the sessions on Tuesday and Wednesday and this morning. In this session, he's just getting warmed up. So he is in second on a 1:40 dead. So he's still got 0.8 of a second to go to his best time. There he is, Karel Idampawi, KIP, Kip. Known to his fans as Super Kip. And he's certainly just been justifying that. There is Andy Mohammed Fadli, 2022 AP 250 champion. Best lap you can see there on the graphic, 1:40.6. Best lap this morning was 1:40.0. So Andy Fadli looking increasingly comfortable on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia R6. Looked to be getting more and more comfortable during the first practice session. Just ran wide there as I speak. Oh no, sorry, that is not Andy Fadli. That's Afifan Ran, another newcomer to the sector. In fact, we've got, how many? We've got Afifan Ran, Adinanta Putra, Andy Fadli, Soichiro Minamimoto, Gary Salim and Sharjan Tong. All newcomers in this class this season. And that's Chip Maccarin there being shadowed by Afif Amran, who's leapfrogged from underbones into the Supersport 600 category. Chip Maccarin putting in the work as he does. And there's Panason Kausonti having a little moment there. I think that was through turn, let me think, turn 10. Put off the peg moment, but no big drama. As Maccarin leads these 3 Yamahas across the line. And Kip is at the top once again. he's into the 139s, 139.717, 717, I'm sorry. 139.9 is Kito Abe, so those two riders below 140 now. And there's still 20 minutes left, so they will be having a little more company, and one of the Indonesian Yamahas down. Can't see who that is. Is that well, it stops rolling, perhaps we'll see the number. That was a real egg beater for the bike there. Hopefully it's not too badly damaged. The rider looking a bit disconsolate. Was that a FIM run? We'll wait for confirmation. It was. It was Galanghendra. Number 99, Galanghendra. So that bike won't be out again during this session, that's for sure. There is number 222. Good to see a Chinese rider in this series. Xia Juntong is with Victor Racing Yamaha. Currently 13th and with quite a bit of work to do. But he's made a good start. Got to know the circuit. In he comes for a pit stop. Xia Juntong making good progress. And there goes Kip and Helmi Asman. Sorry, that's Azroy and Helmi Asman. Azroy Hakim Anwar. Another one of this very rapid trio for Bunsu Honda. Race winner last year, Azroy missed out on the first round, and that blew his championship chances when he tested positive for COVID just before round 1 last year, which was on the same weekend as it is this year. So he's very much a championship contender. Two really good friends here as well. Seen lots of close racing between them. A little bit of cheekiness, people might remember at Sepang. Azroy gave a little friendly peace sign to Helmi as he took a race win. Azroy leading the way here, and as Helmi aborts this lap. Now we're back with Macarena Tirapuvapat, who's seen himself pushed down the order. He hasn't got into the 139s yet. 140.5 the best time. He's currently down in 7th, and there is Kito Abe on the 1XOX TKKR. Another rider I'm been looking for here, as we just stay with Kito Abe for a moment. He had a good first session this morning, led much of it, and finished with a time of 139.6 in P7. So you can see the standard here. Nobody really getting close, or at least within half a second of those times that were set at around, say, 9 AM this morning. It is, of course, a little hotter now. Cooler than yesterday, cooler than it was for the test, when air temperatures were hitting 38 degrees. Yes, you heard that right, and track temperatures were exceeding 60 degrees. So very punishing. There's the session leader, Karolid and Paui, coming in for a pit stop. Kito Abe is in P2 here, splitting the two Bunsu Hondas of Kip and Azroy. And now let's take a look at Gary Salim following Kito Abe. Gary Salim, of course, in the ASB 1000 class last year, and back into Supersport 600s now. He's got another rider chasing him. quite see who that was. Let's have another go. Been looking for Ratapong, but he's on an outlap, so it's not him. So only 2 riders into the 139s and only just into the 139s. Riders who featured strongly this morning, Soichiro Minamimoto. Early in the session, he has not bettered his time, so it looks like a slower session all round so far. We've got half of it left, so let's see what happens as we look there at Soichiro Minamimoto. As you can see, 140.7 best time here. That's quite a long way off a good race pace. But we know what he's capable of. We saw him as a wild card, as a rider retrieves something. I don't know what that is. Maybe that's McDonald's wrapper. Perhaps one of the riders was taking it a little bit easy and munching a Big Mac. Take your rubbish home, folks. And there is Soichiro Minamimoto. To my knowledge, he hasn't spent, apart from this weekend, he hasn't spent any time at Chang International Circuit. So we would hope that he will improve as the weekend wears on. He took a P3 and a P1 as a wild card at Suzuka in 2019. So we know what he's capable of, and he is flying the Gen Blue colours. And it's good to see the Gen Blue Yamaha team expanding from the Superbike class into the Supersport 600 class. And with some quality riders too. So that's Soichiro. The other one is a FIM Ran. Afif did a 140.9, another class newcomer. So let's look at the best of the newcomers, just to slice this a different way. Is it Adananta? Korean Soichiro. Soichiro Minamimoto is the best of the newcomers so far in this session. And I think they're just going past on your screen there quite rapidly. Was Ratapong Willerot, who had a good first session. He finished in P3, 139.4. And we're just watching there Adananta Putra coming into the pits. Stepped up from AP250s. Still with Astra Honda, so the Astra Honda talent management system working its magic once again. And that is Ratapong Willerot on the blue machine. Number 56, just ahead of Kito Abe. Ratapong quiet so far in this session. Taking advantage of a largely empty track here, with a lot of riders stopping for a tyre change and a drink. It's still hot here, but seems cooler by the standards of previous days this week. Perhaps the temperature was brought down a little bit by a brief storm early evening yesterday. There's Ratapong, just getting away a little bit from Abe. As they go through turn 3, tracking each other. There's many ways round turn 3, but they tracked each other that time. Both on Yamahas. Nothing to choose between them as they go into the somewhat breathtaking turn 4 and then into the technical section, two left-handers, and then a tricky switch to the right for turn 7. And this is the moment for the right side of the tyre to do the work as they go through turn 8 and turn 9. Coming up is another right-hander. And they'll flick left to turn 11 and down towards the infamous turn 12. Absolutely everybody puts their foot out for this, just to try and put a little bit more weight forward, perhaps give a little sense of security. Ratapong, I think he improved his times. No, he hasn't improved his time. He was a 10th off. Galang Hendra, I think he's still off track. As we stay with Ratapong, watching him go around turn 3. He went for wide entry, early exit. Try and pile the speed on down here. These bikes hitting in the region of 250 kilometers per hour before braking and knocking down a couple of gears for turn 4. Ratapong Wheeler, of course, from a famous racing family. His older brother, Ratapark, is here with Honda Racing Thailand. And of course, former GP racer. And go back a further generation, and Christmas Wheeler was a great, famous international Thai racer with superbike experience, World Superbike, that is. Macau GP, a real icon of Thai motorsport, one generation back. Here comes Ratapong. What can he do? No, he hasn't done it that time. So his pace, .140, pretty consistent around 140, but for a good race pace, it just needs to be a little bit quicker than that. As he lets Kito Abe, the 1XOX TKKR Japanese racer, in front of him, and they've both gone off. The big wide runoff area at turn 3. And that, I think, is Macarin just tracking them down there. So this is a slow lap. And coming into the pits there is Panason Kaosonti for Thai Honda. Red and white and green, the colours there. Okay, and that's Afifam Ran for Gen Blue, Yamaha Gen Blue. Macarin and Abe continue to joust there on track, even though this is a slow lap they're on at the moment. Nobody really pushing too much. Those two come in with just over 6 minutes remaining. And Karol Edenpaui, the session leader, is back out. Kito Abe still in second, although he is now in the pits, and I think that's Azroy behind his teammate, his Bunsu Honda teammate, and I do believe that Helmi Asman is out there as well. So we quite often see this in teams, especially in free practice, but there's formation flying from Bunsu Honda. El Miasma bringing up the rear there, just a little bit adrift of Azroy, and he's got somebody coming up behind him, and Azroy takes a look up the inside under braking, has a little twitch there with the front end, a little lock of the front, but released it before it got out of control. And now those guys will be on a flying lap. 5 minutes remaining, so let's see what they can do. The order at the top is Khairul Edempawi, Kito Abe, Azroy, Hakim Anwar, and Ratapong Willarat, who still hasn't broken into the 139s, but he's on a 140.1. 139.717 is the target. Nobody looks like attacking that at the moment, but they're getting some useful track time. Often it is this session, this free practice session 2, when the best times get set. But it might just be that it's got a little bit too hot now. And these bikes have got a new front tyre for this season. It's the same as the front tyre we saw last year for the ASB 1000s. It's a bit stronger under braking, with better wear characteristics. The effect on lap times isn't obvious, but it's probably a more reliable tyre. Dunlop always pushing to bring something new to the table here. This time we've got slicks on the TVS one-mate bikes and on the AP250s. No change in the order that time around. And we've got a couple more flying laps. There goes Adinanta Putra on the 21 machine, together with Gary Salim with that green helmet. Gary Salim back on 600s. Currently 6th here, 0.4 adrift of the best time. So this session not quite as quick and not quite as tight as FP1. They'll be back out for FP3 at 4 o'clock. It's still going to be hot then. So both newcomers to the class. Gary Salim moving down from Superbikes, Adinanta Putra moving up from 250s. They could get in 2 more flying laps if they keep it pinned. And this is Khairul Edempawi, the session leader, coming up to complete another lap. He's towing Azroy along behind him, and on your screen there is Andy Muhammad Fadli on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia R6 108, a number we know very well from his dominance in the AP250 class in 2019 and 2022. And there's Ratapong, one of the more experienced riders in the class. He was disappointed with this season. He had a pretty bad run of luck and didn't perform as he really wanted to. He came good later in the season, so he'll be hoping to carry some momentum into this one. He's currently 4th and 0.4 of a second away. Times really are incredibly tight in this category and in Superbike. Tend to see some bigger differences in the smaller capacity bikes. until they start racing, and then there's nothing between the first 10 or the first possibly 15 in the case of the underbones. Raspot putting the laps in, getting it done during this free practice session 2 at Chang International Circuit. Using every bit of track. This will be his last time around, because the checkered flag is going to come out right now. So this is his last chance to get into the top 3. And with the timing screen having a little bit of a moment, I can't see whether his sector times are good enough to indicate that. You know, he's not pushing too hard now. So it looks like Kip, Keita and Azroy to take the first 3. Here comes Ratapong. So the checkered flag is out. Camera wobbles in the wind, the flags flutter in the breeze. And that was Kip taking another session, a clean sweep of official practice and official test, sorry, and free practice results. This time, notably, Kito Abe was the man in second place. Let's just see the results confirmed here. And there it is once again, Karol Idampawi, Super Kip fastest, 1:39.717. Second, good performance from Keito Abe on the 1XOX TKKR Racing Yamaha. Third, Azroy Hakim Anwar. Fourth, Ratapong Willarot. Fifth, Panasorn Kauson T for Honda Racing Thailand. Gary Salim, decent session from him, he did a 1:40.2 to put him 6th. 7th was Nakarin Atirapuvapat. 8th, Andy Mohammed Fadli making progress. 9th, Helmi Asman. 10th, Soichiro Minimamoto. 11th, Adananta Putra. 12th, Galang Hendra. 13th, Afifan Ran. And 14th, Sha Jun Tong on the Victor Racing MLT Yamaha. So once again, the times were tight, although they were a little slower than we saw first thing this morning. We're going to take a short break, but we'll be back this afternoon with a full schedule. And there it is, we'll be back in just 20 minutes. That's how long we get for lunch with ASB 1000. And then that'll be followed by Underbone 150. And then TVS Asia 1 makes a slight change from the normal order that we see. And then the final 3 sessions will be AB 250, Supersport 600, ASB 1000, and you'll be able to watch the Honda Thailand Talent Cup as well if you hold on until 5:30.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts.